Wow. Hello. Did I even Hello everyone. Hello, miyuu signing in. Hello. My aircon is on again. I will turn it off quickly though. I went to take a nap before before the stream started because I didn't have a lot of sleep. So I tried to take a nap. I nearly didn't wake up in time. And because of that, I may need to use my standard mode in my gacha games quickly before we continue. We're gonna go into the game. So, one moment, please. Goodness, I can already see on the launcher. The launcher has the pre-install and then like the 2.7 art for 𝐢𝐼. Ah, guys, Sunday's coming. I need to pre-farm his ascension mat. Ah. Oh yeah, and also 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. What is it? Special program? It's gonna be this week, isn't it? I just saw the announcement for the fucking 𝐢𝐵 iPhone. 𝐢𝐵 iPhone. I was so shocked to see it. Cause did they have one for Genshin? Because I know that the 𝐴𝐼 phone is like, was it a Galaxy phone? No, no. One of the phones. I thought to myself, wow. If it was a character that I wanted, I would have been very, very tempted. Oh, I completely forgot. I also need to do. Wait, I gotta do this before I forget. Ah! Hold on. There's so many things to do. No, I should focus. I should hope to remember to do this later. If not, I yell at myself. Because I forget there's like the trust things that you can do with in 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵. The trust event thingies. Thingamabobs. Oh man, he's right here! Oh, hold on. I'm delaying this even more. Sir, I need to use my stamina. I'm sorry. Oh, you can sit with him. Horror film, art house film, a romance film. I feel like you wouldn't like a romance, but I'm gonna click it anyways. Oh! Wait, no, why did they make lighter so flirty? Like, without even trying? Why is this trust event like this? I'm sorry, I'm quickly using my stamina. I'm sorry. I'll use it, I'm sorry. It's because I was at the... I always remember to send the messages to the characters when I'm at the store. Because sometimes the meetups are like at the store, so I do it then, so I don't have to move as much. Why do they give the man so much riz? Quickly. Oh, my 𝐴𝐼 too. Quickly. I'm multitasking. Have you guys seen there was like a photo of someone with like what looked like 14 phones in front of them of like different gachas. And they were trying to this was one person trying to multitask through all of them. I thought it was funny. I think I'll probably have to log in for 𝐷𝐷𝐷 later, so I'll just use a little bit of stamina. Please! Wait, have you guys seen the lighter DPS builds? I saw some of those videos pop up in my feed and I thought it was so cool. Like, I'm tempted to try it, even though I probably shouldn't, but like, I have nothing else to invest in. Not until Hanamasa comes anyways. Me knowing full well that I should try and build another unit, because the 𝐢𝐬u defense is rough for me right now with my limited units. I don't have many characters. Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, I need to log in later. Is there any... Eh, there's a new event. Help Kai. Oh, cute. Okay. So I know what I'm doing later. Okay. Go away, 𝐷𝐷𝐷. I used enough for now. It's my star rail that I need to make sure that I max out and use. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Hi, Penta. Hi, Leon. Hi, Borg. All those times that I mentioned, oh my god, you should be greeting me instead of like dissing me or like cursing me. Cursing my luck or something when you come in, but just saying like 6 greetings back to back doesn't make up for the other time. I can probably let this play in the background while I open the game. I still feel kind of sleepy, I'll be honest. Does it kind of show in my voice? It feels a little bit different, but I don't know if it's because I haven't been hydrating properly today. I'm sorry, all I've drank is like caffeinated things, so I'll make sure to leave the water in front of me and drink as much as I can. Hi, Kay! What do you need to do to sell a male character? I mean, it works! Yeah! I believe in equality. Let us thirst for both. Both sides, please. Hold on, okay. It's, okay, remind me, it's 65 for Ascension mats, right? Like, in total, you need 65 Ascension materials in Star Rail. Should be able to get enough by tomorrow. And I'll go back to cabin farming. Back to the coal mines I go. No, don't send me back. I'm tired of losing my substat rolls. Honestly, he is kind of goofy. He is! That's what makes him so attractive. Like, after doing his first, like, trust event, he's very, like... How do you put it? It's like his amnesia is like a coping mechanism. Like, does he actually remember people? He's very, like a melancholic guy, in a way. Yeah, speaking of his red scarf, I didn't realize because I got his engine too, right? I still haven't made the shorts for it. I want to make the shorts for it because, guys, I won him so early that my reaction was just like in massive disbelief. But because I got his engine at the same time, I didn't realize that his like, you know how if you have the matching engine, it's like the hair light up, right? The hair lights up. There's like a cool RGB moment. I didn't realize that for lighter, his scarf lights up if it's a matching engine. So like his scarf is on fire. I thought it was normal because, you know, in the cutscene, in the story cutscene, his scarf was on fire, right? I thought that was just like natural. Like I thought it was normal for him to just have that. No, it's because of his matching engine apparently. Wow. I thought it was cool. I gotta appreciate it more. This is my first time ever owning a signature weapon. I did greet you. Yes, you did. Good job. Now I'm just gonna watch you in the next stream. Just never greet me again. So cannot stay anyway. Oh, good, Leon. Once again, thank you for dropping by. I'm so sleepy. I'm assuming you're at work. You got this, man. You can't eat, not yet. Yes, take care, Leon. I'm pretty sure you've already like ran off, but take care. We'll see you. What if I have to get to 70 and 54-ish for 80? Excuse me? Are you trolling? Are you messing with me? If you try not losing, it's not that hard. I really can't refute that because I'm not gonna say anything because I'm gonna fucking jinx myself when I pull for Sunday. I thought my heart nearly fucking dropped yesterday when I was doing my tenfold for the standard banner, and then I broke pretty early. I got so scared. And I also got my 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, you guys. Yippee! Ah! Little Sunday emote's cute. Okay. Guys, remind me to pre-install later tonight. New cyclical. That is... I collected my dailies. My assignments for some reason isn't done yet, but I think I'm behind. Blah 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 blah. Anything else? No? Yes? No? Yes? I can feel the urge to sneeze, so if I sneeze suddenly, I'm sorry. Okay, I think that's it for Star. Open sesame! It's a party! Let me get my controller. Look at Sunday, look at Fugue. This is so pretty. This is such a pretty art thing. What do you call it? The Genshin one's also pretty. Just because I had the game installed, I can see it on the side, so I click through it and I like to browse. I don't know who the Natlan characters are, but like I can't deny that the promo looking art is pretty. That's where my good luck went to. Yours? Excuse me? More like it finally came back home. Oh my god. Also, hi Alfonso. I'm so sorry for the late greeting. I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch up on my thing. On my gacha game, so I'm kind of juggling at the moment. I hope you're doing well today. Let me also connect my Joy-Con. Not gonna lie, I can't remember what's happened in the last thing, the last game, the last stream. Fuck. I can't remember anything. I remember we had like the whole investigation bit thingies, but like I'm trying to remember what was happening in the trial, because that's where we would like directly continue. Oh Oh, we're gonna cross-examine. Well, we're trying to get the judge in as a witness. Okay, I remember. Oh, I gotta remove device over and over. I really should buy myself a new controller. There's a Black Friday deal going on and I told myself, should I buy it for myself for Christmas? But I was like, no, I shouldn't. But I really should, because I don't think it's gonna go on that kind of sale again. Let me look at it again. Let's see. Will you guys see me fold on stream? Is it still technically here, even though the stores are closed? Do you have a timer on when it closes? It's still on sale, but it ends today. I really should. Ah! If only my controller wasn't drifting. You can't fix that shit either. I'm more than happy to just try and manhandle it to fix it, but like, it's not possible. Not impossible unless I replace the whole damn thing. No, I won't. I decided I I went through this yesterday. I told myself not to do it, and I tried to tell myself again today. Don't do it. Okay, hold on. Bluetooth. Aircon. No, I wasn't talking to you. Joy-Con. Thank you. Working, right? Hold on. Okay. Nice. Okay. Turn this off. I need to put this one down. Okay. Congratulations from yesterday's stream. You got your own S2 yanking Loco, right? What do you mean S2? That was actually my first ever copy of it. And you know what's funny? I'm probably not gonna give it to Yansing. I'm gonna give it to Donghung. I'm being honest, I use Donghung more. And by that I mean I've only ever used him during like the story content. Meaning I've used him more than Yanqing, like ironically. In lesser like known content. It's because Yanqing is only E1 right now. Maybe I'll change my mind if he gets an E2 or like an E4. He'll get his cone back, but like, you know, I didn't have another hunt cone for Donghung, so I give it to him. Not gonna lie, I was kind of like waiting for the day that cone would come home. Like I was especially seething for it during Fei Xiao, when I was pulling on Fei Xiao's banner. I was absolutely terrified that the cone that would appear would be Yanqing, so I was about to like cuss at the screen if I saw it, but no, it's okay. I'm almost 35-25. He does love me. Your luck is my luck. My luck is my luck. Please understand though. No comprehendo. I'm sorry. I'm not too sure what language you were speaking in that sentence. You have enough money to pay for— yeah, it like that's all good. It's more like my self-control, I guess you could say. I guess I've just always been like a frugal kind of person, because knowing that I do technically have a working quotations controller, the only issue is that drifting. So there's like a bit in my mind that's like, don't do it, that's such a waste of money, consumerism or something. I don't know. But then I'm like, I might, well, I plan to play a lot more games, well, different games now, that are gonna like need controller. And not only that, the entire reason I bought a controller in the first place was because I want to get used to using controller more, because I'm very much a mouse and keyboard kind of player, but I don't want to strain my hands or like my arms. My seating position is already bad enough as it is, but my hands go through a lot of strain. So I want to play controller so that there's a lot less of it. So when I was playing through the 𝐢𝐼 story with my Joy-Con controllers, Jesus fucking Christ, my poor brain, it could not catch up with like the controls. I kept misclicking things because I had to use another software for 𝐢𝐼 to pick up on the Joy-Con controllers. Yeah. So it's mapped out as like an Xbox controller, but if you guys know, Nintendo like key mapping is like switched. So you can't even switch that, because how it views Y is as X and X is Y, you know? And so when you go to switch it, it doesn't change anything, because on screen it would still say the flipped like mapping. So it's so confusing. But my point was that even though the controls like fucked with my head so badly, there was a lot less strain on me playing with a controller, because on that day my hand was absolutely destroyed. Like I was going through a lot of cramps in my hand, so I was like, fuck, I really can't have it, like I can't use the mouse at the moment, so that's why I tried to use my controller. Thankfully, by the way, I didn't get that much motion sickness. I don't know if you guys know, but I've mentioned that when I was playing Genshin, I tried playing it with my controller to change things up, but I ended up getting motion sick like really bad, so I stopped doing that. I didn't get motion sick at all, and I played for like 8 hours just to finish the story. But yeah, if more of that is gonna happen with like some games that I have at the moment that do like prefer controller support, I should, but then but then I'm like, yeah, you can keep bowling, it's fine. Do you need it? I don't like using the Joy-Cons because, well, it doesn't have support, and the other thing is that it how do I put it? A big one is because of latency. Like, you guys can't see it as well here, but like, to me there's a very obvious latency, and when I go to click it doesn't immediately go over. That's really annoying. There's a lag to it. I hate it. I don't know, it's just a mental battle I'm gonna have to go through with myself. The only reason I'm tempted is because, you know how some PS5 controllers have like different colors? I didn't really care about the colors, but then when I looked at the Black Friday deals, they're all like the same price, meaning if I bought the one that's colored, it would still be the same price as like just the normal one, meaning it would technically be a steal. Not that it makes sense, but to my brain that's a good deal. The other thing is that if you're gonna buy a controller, it's like at least choose a pretty one, and especially if it's on sale. I don't know, I'm going through a lot. This my indecisiveness translate into to buying for myself, clearly. Means we'll have toxic FPS miyuu back. No! I love that you say that, and I haven't actually been playing my shooters as much recently because I've been too busy. I've been playing my shooters to like lash out my stress, but like I haven't had that because I've been too tired. I haven't had the toxicity in my blood Maybe I've finally, like, got it out of my system after playing for a bit. I should probably go back into rank though. I think I'm in gold right now and I can't stand the thought of being in gold. I can't, my pride hates the thought of being called a gold player. Go buy it. We'll see. I feel like it won't go on sale again, but maybe next year. It's too expensive. Yeah, it's too expensive at the moment. This season's too much money. End of year like spendage is very rough to look at. Oh yeah, I forgot. I clicked into this last time. Hold on. Is my sound... Why does it feel a lot quieter than usual to me? I think I'm having one of those days again where it feels quieter, but it doesn't change. It doesn't sound any different to everyone else probably, huh? One of those days. Just been the person you've been throwing a toxicity at. Well, with the little bit of toxicity that I still have in my body, apparently, yeah. Give me back my luck, asshole. Yeah, let me quickly drink water because I'm really not warmed up whatsoever. Like I literally just woke up, so my voice isn't ready to voice act, which is okay because I feel like I need to focus more than anything at the moment. I need to remember what's going on in the trial. Call Child Protective Service for me. You're not a child, go back to work. I hope Iris doesn't appear. I'm not saying this because I don't like her, but I'm just saying because her voice is too fucking high and I don't think I have it in me right now. You guys are gonna hear me voice crack. Oh my god. Iris, for the sake of my throat, please stay away. Drip some water. I also don't remember Susan's voice, but that's me every stream. Okay, hopefully it'll come back. So goodbye, Giratina. Stop being on the screen. Oh wow, it really has been like a full week because I didn't stream on Saturday. It feels very off. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm okay. I'm just gonna speak normally until I until I get to the rhythm of it again. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization legally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. I forgot to turn my gain up because I turned off my thing. My aircon. Hold on. I need to be loud now that because strong hearts I fucking judge now. Gotta be loud. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. I'm surprised he doesn't know anything. I know that's gonna be the twist or not, but he's like he's not saying a lot. He's being very passive. So I'm surprised that he doesn't have much to say about everything going on. It's not just me, right? Like you'd assume this guy would have been like the center of all this. Or maybe I'm just accusing the poor guy. I'm not sorry because I've always been kind of sussing you out since like we first met you, but like, Councils, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 𝐲𝐼 permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with a victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. Submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. 𝐢𝐧𝐼, what of the outcome of this trial? I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. I had to say it, but like there's... Yeah. 𝐢𝐻𝐼 is bristling with hostility today. There's a weird sexual tension in the room. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even 𝐢𝐻𝐼-sama standing before us? As an extreme... I really fucking can't find it in my voice anymore. It's gonna be a very different stream today with how my voice is. As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Don't slap your face. Yes, my lord. A unicorn. My poor little unicorn. Unicorn. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the closed hearing of Baroque van Zyks. God, if this music plays, oh god. Oh, the music is so good though, but this, it only makes me more scared. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then, this preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor 𝐲𝐼, begin. Oh god, okay. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Oh, it's judge, right? Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. Larson, we've reached the final battle. It's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Oh, you slapped your face! Oh. Three, 2, 1. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. Because this is going to test it to this. Because this is going to test it to the limit. I did read that. I did read that. My reading comprehension died the second I slapped my face. I'm sorry. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. So it was you who issued this, was it? Isaponia? I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that turn with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, Supreme Court Judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan.
As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. He also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ha! It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. Put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself! And now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, full of self-importance like a friend across the courtroom, I see.
You guys are best friends for a reason, huh?
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium.
You gotta say the full thing all the time! Just say the symposium! I know it's good to clarify, but like, come on! It's such a mouthful! But then,
without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase. And explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say. Yeah, you're not gonna be like, I refuse. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there you go. I decline to comment. What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I'll be bound to testify. Unrelated, you say?
Forever 18 seasons 2. What? Forever 18 season 2? I'm still a child, for real. You can't just pull that card out. That's not fair. Maybe maybe I should have left you abandoned on the side of the road. I missed my chance back then, didn't I? Clearly evil guys can't be evil, only bad people lie. Really? You say that, but how many people have lied in the game so far? Wait, I was gonna say Shom's technically lied, but like, didn't he say something about how he didn't technically lie? When he so clearly lied to Susato and Renosuke about hiding Kazuma's death. You regret saying that in the future. Saying what sentence did I say? Did I say something out of context again? Not my first rodeo. It's okay, at least Poker Castle isn't here. He's the only one that clips anything on my stream. That's fine. Why do I keep spilling water? Am I actually incapable of fucking drinking? It's okay, it's cooling to the touch. Appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. That's a lie. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all of this? I beg your pardon? This case is... This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder. A case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Goku, at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Renosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end too. Let's see evidence then.
Charlie, we haven't even cross-examined yet. We haven't even gotten a fucking witness testimony. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? What evidence do we have? That is a good question. I actually don't know. Oh my god, 4 pages of evidence. Hold on. Can't already fuck this up. I'm sorry, it's been a week. My brain is rusty. Hold on, I need to look through all the evidence again. What the fuck happened in the last stream? Jesus Christ. Is involved in this case. In this case. Oh, would it be this? Because if we're talking about this case, it's the one with Inspector Gregson. So the fact that he has a part of an evidence that we've submitted already from his cabin. Isn't that it? We don't really have anything else that relates to him and like... It should be that, no? I'd be surprised otherwise. Did we get anything else from that investigation? No, right?
Take that!
Incorrect? What on earth is that? This piece of evidence? Welcome present to the courthouse with the compliments of the defense. No, it's not. It's not. What exact... That's the extent of you, Cosmo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember. It's been a week. It's been a week. How's a minor blow? No, it's having your best friend tell you he's disappointed. You really stinks, though. I'm sorry. I'm rusty. Evidence attached to evidence showing a few key names, even. Oh, because what? You found. Wait, yeah. This is from his office. Okay, this one comes later. It's been a week.
Take that!
Ah! No, okay, it's just the start. You know, I have an excuse. I'm being rusty, but that's okay. That just means that this is the build up, all right? This just means I'm gonna be flawless after this point, right? Right? He's handsome. He doesn't have to explain himself. He's got the, what is it called? What, the pretty card? What pretty privilege? Pretty, yeah, pretty privilege. Is that what we've got with him? He has pretty privilege, so he doesn't need to say anything. But I guess well, how would you call pretty privilege? But like, I guess for men. It's gotta be handsome. You know what? I'm not good enough with words to figure this one out. If anyone can cook up the equivalent of it, I'd be happy to use it. Man, what's it take to have pretty privilege? Also, hi Sean. It's nice to see you again. I hope you're doing well today. I apologize for the rusty voice. There's a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. Communication contained 4 names: 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, 𝐲𝐿, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. How you know that? You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you... What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 and 𝐷𝐴 are the names of assassins. No. A year ago, in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Josiah Brett, but her real name was Assassin, professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
Is that why we never got to see her face?
Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Sogi, whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson. K. Sogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan. I need to sneeze. Hold on.
Oh, I need to sneeze again. Never mind, I didn't sneeze. Sorry about that.
Masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill.
What?
The telegram was found in your office, Judge Ikoku. In other words, mastermind in Japan was you.
I fear that we may be on the wrong track here, but I just want to believe in Sholmes just for a little bit longer.
Judge Ikoku? What's this all about?
And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accept the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Ikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract.
Very impressive for Inosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jikoku was the mark came entirely from you.
You deliberately avoided saying a name.
The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what do you have to say for yourself?
His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
I need to sneeze! Yo, my body is against me today. Not being able to wake up on time. My voice not like warming up. I nearly fucking... My hay fever was also acting up this morning as well. Oh, and now it's acting up again. Yo!
All a bunny wants to do is voice act in a silly little law game. Is that too much to ask? Judge Ikoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court.
You've been quiet for quite a long time.
There's no need for quiet. Such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know.
The unicorn! The unicorn!
Seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange in the events of the night of the 31st of October, Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord.
Inosuke, I fear that we may not be on the right track. The halo effect? The halo effect? Is that like a phenomenon? Wait, no. Hasn't that been mentioned before? What's the halo effect again? Based on some of all positive impressions of a person or partner, one urge positive influence one's opinions and feelings. What do you mean? I guess. Wait, does this also work for I just see people also search for halo effect attractiveness? Does it work like that as well? Well, I mean, if you have a good, like, opinion of someone that does... Okay, yeah. I'm sick. Oh, you're, like, actual sick? If you are, take care. Make sure to hydrate, alright? Take care of yourself. Hoping you're getting some good rest, if that's the case. To everyone else as well. I don't know, because it's summer over here, you know, not many people get sick, but like, well, okay, it is technically just going into summer, but because of that temperature, like, shift, some people get, like, summer colds, you know. But I know that for other parts of the world, it is technically getting, like, very cold now, so, y'all, make sure you cozy up. Meanwhile, I gotta make sure that I don't sweat. I hate summer. The assassin exchange.
It's true that Kazuma Soge was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now.
It's true?
The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times.
When was that secret message sent, though?
At all times? If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
Yeah? He's admitting to it, but that means there's gotta be a catch. I thought he was just an innocent man. But I feel like, I don't know. We never got much details about how he acted out 10 years ago, so like, he's very 50-50 right now. For my opinion of him anyways. He's free to read out all of the dialogue. A personal challenge is really impressive. Thank you. I try my best. It's more, I guess, in a way, it forces me to, I guess, to read things out, because I'm not really a person to read out. Like, when I play through my gacha games, so when I do stories on stream, I try to read everything. Like, I really shouldn't, but like, because I'm there in the moment anyways, I tell myself, why not? Because most of the, like, any dialogue that isn't voiced, I feel like not a lot of people find themselves actually reading it, so I'm like, yeah, sure, fuck it, I'll be the one to read it. But like, whenever I do play it by myself, I'm not gonna lie, I do find myself skimming. That's kind of that same case here, where it's like, well, because I'm streaming it, I might as well try and say as much as I can. Because, like, why not, you know? Although it's also another way to test my voice, I guess. I'm not actually someone that speaks very much, so it's, yeah, it's a fun little challenge, I guess, to try and read absolutely everything. Excuse me. Usually I don't. But you know, I guess it's a change of pace. But I'm surprised I was able to do it for like almost every Ace Attorney game that I've played by now. If you check on the stream, I've tried to read through like virtually every dialogue. The only ones I skip are like if I fail I fail the things, because a lot of those are just filler anyways. And then the other one is when I'm presenting evidence and it doesn't really go anywhere. Other than that, I try to voice everything. Actually thinking about it now is really I'm really starting to realize, wow, that is actually kind of, in a way, it feels like overkill, isn't it? Anyways, you admit it then, as this communication suggests. There really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. Political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here. You use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? That's a different animation. Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Zorgi had a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council? Okay, third secret option of why the judge is admitting to it. He'll just throw everyone under the bus because he's already been caught. I'd be real. If I was a villain, I would do that. I'd send everyone down to hell with me. I'm not very good at being, like, not very good at tricking, you know? Not very good at being sneaky, so it's like, okay, you know what? Let's just be blunt. Be blunt and drag everyone down that I've managed to, like, coerce into helping me. I'll be the worst kind of villain. Kazuma-sama? Judge Yugoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. Obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. Fully admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, the assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. Because your point is this: your police inspector kind of perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. We don't have this as evidence. We just know that. Oh, I mean, I guess outside the door. Huh? Well, I mean, you know, I don't know. Either way, what we've investigated in the cabin, we don't have everything on us, so interesting. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐧𝐿. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. It makes me sad that, like, even after, like, I know this is like a professional setting, so it's like very much a case of like Ryunosuke and like Kazuma having to like go head to head, right? It's kind of like the Edgeworth like fucking Phoenix Wright situation. Like, they know where they are at the moment, so they're just doing their job. But like, I'm surprised that Ryunosuke doesn't have enough like emotional like outrage to Ryunosuke's like decisions, personal decisions, or at least there's not a lot of like monologues about it. I was expecting more, but I'm surprised there's not enough, because he still calls him his best friend. Not as much at the moment, but like that, like I was only able to see him mention the best friend bit because I fucked up. I fucked up and he called me a disappointment, so I got to I got to see Ryunosuke being like, oh my god. But like, that's only if you fuck up. That's not like the main thing. So if I hadn't fucked up there, I wouldn't have been able to see that.
I'm curious, like, what's going on? What's going on in your head, Rinosuke? There's not enough going on in your head, I feel like.
I don't know. To think that seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade
For such Machiavellian dealings? That's the first time I've seen that word. Machiavelli. Oh, okay. I've never seen the word, but I have heard it. Machiavellian dealings.
I'd be damned. Clearly, clearly,
no, it's not coming out.
clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything.
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Goodbye, Ryotina. I forgot to move you away. I'm glad I never really gave Jigoku a voice. Not that I could do a deep voice, but like I'm glad that I didn't try to like give him the Gregson voice or something like that. Because I didn't give him a voice, I'm just giving him a normal voice. Because there's no way I'm gonna be able to continue speaking like that. I don't remember Gregson's voice anymore. It's because he's dead. Let me give Gregson's voice to someone else if there's anyone new. I'm sorry, Gregson.
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct? It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. He just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course. But then, it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
What? He really was just fucking cornered on that point. He wouldn't have a chance at all, even if he did have like the qualifications to go on the tour, because he outright said it, he didn't have a choice. That's so fucked up. So you agreed to it, just for that. I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? Don't silent treatment, no more, please.
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions.
Doesn't that just mean that they're very talented? I'm sorry, but like... First off, they're students. This is a student exchange. They're not fully, like, you know, working adults yet. They're still technically students. So for them to be sent out on a mission to fucking take someone's life, as well as study, because, believe it or not, if you are sent on a fucking study tour, people are going to be able to see, and they need to see that you're good at studying. Isn't that kind of impressive? I mean, killing someone shouldn't be impressive, but if you think about, like, what it takes to kill someone. Please don't take this out of context.
I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? I love silent treatment. I don't know if this is just a Japanese thing at the moment, because so far it's 2. It's 2-1-0 right now on which ones are being silent the most? We haven't had many English people being silent, have they? No, they're always very loud and then they say something. Come on, guys.
Britain Acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. Advise you not to make spurious allegations or Minister Jikoku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked a Sorgi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire, it was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And, of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
Don't laugh, we're talking about murder. But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Yoshikoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
Events really ought to catch up.
With what?
The fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Yeah, there you go. He's trying to. We have to try and link them together. That's why he's able to admit to this. There shouldn't be a way to link it. That's the issue.
Hold it!
I hate this. Why is this the start of the trial? I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. You know, when he died. The awful tragedy, oh I guess that's the way to put it, that took place on the steamship.
When it arrived at the ministry, some 2 weeks after this ship's departure from our shores, the visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. News was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission. I'll be honest, why do I have a feeling that he's lying about it? Ever since we tried to confront him about it and he said, there was just a voice in my head telling me to go to Britain, I haven't been able to trust it. But he clearly... You know, maybe I'm just being skeptical. Just being skeptical.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That wasn't possible, simply because a black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asogi's replacement. There was no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
Okay, I need to think about this.
Ah!
My hands were completely tied.
So Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. See, it's because it's that one cutscene when he sees his father that it's like clear that his amnesia was real, but I don't know why I'm being so skeptical. Maybe because I've never had amnesia before. I don't know if there's a voice in my head telling me, go, you must go to this country even though you don't fucking remember anything. You must go. I don't know if that's a normal amnesiac thing to do, but you know.
Months later, my memory returned, but I never intended to go through the assassination mission anyway. You're playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. Hey, Eddie's morals. The sort of questioning has gone on long enough. What the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. You have some means of substantiating this plea?
Hold it!
Anyone tried to voice this game with a deep voice? Anyone have it? Anyone can do that for me? I'm not gonna lie, I'm someone that's envious of deep voices. I think it's because I find myself screaming so like high pitched. Even I'm tired of my screeches.
Outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. At least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night, witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Igoku's return.
Suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper.
I was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, no intention of killing anyone.
So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. The most convincing of centuries, really.
In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. Then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone.
Was the guard still at the door when you went?
Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it.
Is it, I hate to say this, is it because the crewman's a little bit airheaded? Like what we witnessed during the investigation? Like I'm not reading into this too much? I hope so. Not like we can see the man again.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right, a muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was miserable. He was a miserable fellow. As it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them would have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Jesus Christ, with that car. Vroom vroom.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh?
You'll recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that's anything like steerage, where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that, made by a bullet, was found in your cabin, Judge-Goku. That was made by a bullet? Why am I... That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole? Oh yes. You're talking about that, what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume? There's obviously a rotten panel leading out by woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Ugh. That's a hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewmen to be brought back to Britain with me. Obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot. I would have never made it to Britain in the first place.
Unicorn!
Very true, the witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, you must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. You're such an asshole.
Now, Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Goku too. Completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Goku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruto.
She said it, not me. If you want me to destroy a man's life, I will do it.
Do I present the notice here? Let me read through it again. Let me not accidentally fucking present something like I've done multiple times already. I need to remember what evidence we have because we only got 3 things from that fucking investigation. The Sholmes investigation. Evacuation drill notice 31st of October. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. nighttime in order to review evacuation procedures. So members, all crew members, the drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. So it's this one on this one, yeah? On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside at all times.
Objection!
Not all times, though.
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Goku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
What? Where did you get that?
Evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again?
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, a crew member of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from her cabin would have been heard by no one.
In summary, Judge Goku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection!
20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke.
But it amounts to nothing.
Why?
Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin.
Unless he has some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false.
Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true, well, counsel. Can I present the knob now? The knob! The knob! The thing that fucked me up at the start!
Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge 𝐢𝐽𝐽's cabin that night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it.
Unicorn.
You present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Judge 𝐢𝐽𝐽's cabin on the 31st of October?
I don't actually know. I said the knob, but then when you phrase it like that, I got confused. Excuse me. Isn't this? But hold on. How did the stopwatch go again? I can't say for certain the 31st of October, but it's fucking telling if a person's it'll be funny if like the only point that I keep losing this entire stream is because I keep presenting this as an evidence incorrectly. Would be very funny, I'll be honest. I'm happy to just present this every single time and get it wrong. But there's nothing else, no? Like we don't have anything else that oh, this is the papers, but I forgot what the papers. I forgot half the evidence. There's 4 pages of evidence and I've forgotten everything about it. Cause like at this, like I know we're gonna have to present this sooner or later. That fucking case of his is be damned obvious. That's so obvious. Like we know, we can say that that is your case if we present that. So, yab dub do. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Judge 𝐢𝐽𝐽, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
Yay, the knob!
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch.
A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was a tree from Judge 𝐢𝐽𝐽's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there.
Ugh.
In other words, ring. The victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. The cabin occupied by you, Judge 𝐢𝐽𝐽. Nice expression.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
I'm not a murderer!
Expertly maneuvered, 𝐸𝐺. Your argument sounds entirely plausible at first. But rather, like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks.
What?
And I believe Judge 𝐢𝐽𝐽 feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
But knowing that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the word. Spare the world, your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled.
Unicorn.
Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume.
Yes, I do.
Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony. What exactly happened to your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October?
Your voice.
Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Are you guys the same age? Have I ever tried to check that? The events in the cabin. Let me check it now. Hold on. 23, 53. Oh no, you have a 10-year difference. Because I thought if you guys were like in a similar age range, it would be very funny that I gave it strong heart, such like a heavy voice, but then like I gave up on 𝐢𝐽𝐽's voice. Okay, he was a judge at the start of the last game. Like, ever since the start of this entire fucking series. Of course I wouldn't have given a voice. Never gave judges voices, I'm sorry. I was expecting this, okay? Poor man's gonna be voiceless the entire time. Bash Slow's funny. him and Professor Miknaba don't have a voice. Kaiden I also gave up on. And then Sam, which I also gave up on. Okay, you know what? When you look through the list, I gave a good amount of these people voices, okay? I couldn't do the accent for these two, but I did my best. Good amount of these I did my best. You know, it's more than half.
Had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. So I took care of him with an 𝐢𝐴 𝐳𝐼 throw, though he couldn't wait to run away after that.
𝐳𝐼.
Imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Oh, that's really smart testimony.
The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Okay, I think we just have to press for this one.
𝐢𝐴
𝐳𝐼.
Common jiu-jitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. 𝐷𝐻𝐴 𝐼𝐻𝐿. Imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin? No way proves that the victim's murder took place there. No doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because it was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
If this testimony holds, Jijikoku will be deemed to have no involvement in the case. No shit, Herlock.
Well, counsel, I see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
Denied. Why did you why? I'm not eating. I'm drinking. Oh my god. All right. He slapped his face. We already did it once today. Is it because like the last? I feel like last stream he didn't slap his face, right? Or the stream before that. He's making up for all the times now, I guess. Ah, but damn, we're not sky. 3, 2, 1.
Sorry, my lord.
I just need to inflict pain on myself to focus.
The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten.
Well, that's fine, because as far as I'm concerned, there's only like 3. Is Mikutama here? Well, that I can see, there's only 3, 4. I can count. There's Wait, not including himself, I guess. There's only 3 other Japanese people here to witness me blundering. Meaning, the country will be fine knowing that I didn't back down.
In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruto.
It's fine, we're in Britain right now. Englishmen don't need to understand how the culture works.
Hold it!
Because so the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
Wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
That's all it took. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention a bag of chips, so I imagine the crewman was convinced.
Doesn't take a lot for the crewman.
The man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist.
You mean me?
Who else?
Yes, that's true. You'd have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
Point is,
I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without an inkling of suspicion?
That's right.
None whatsoever.
None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That's certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewmen at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
He was shaky. He probably couldn't aim properly.
My...
Ippon... Why can't I say it? Out of curiosity, if I search it up, will it come up? Is it real? One arm over the back throw. Incorrect. Ippon seiyuu i. Seiyuu. Ippon seiyuu. And then the full thing is called Ippon seiyuu nage. Ippon seiyuu.
It's far faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
Bye bye, Gurutuna.
Surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Hmm? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector heard himself at the stocky fellow, and just managed to slip past him to make his escape.
Yeah, standing guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon seiyuu throw.
We're not getting much out of the statements. I'm a little bit worried. The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable to the man's head being pulled off or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jiu-jitsu throw.
Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
What are you talking about? Hmm? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain?
Oh, yeah.
When people die, their bodies remain at the same spot. It's a devil of a thing.
Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but
For passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I'd like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back in Britain. Ugh. Let's kill that idea then.
But perhaps not. Mrs. Adon. We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. Transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought I'd been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. They go to alter my testimony. I was gonna say, are you gonna amend your own testimony? With your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. What the fuck? Only judges, man. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
Here's an idea. Think about it, stripling. For passengers and crew to disembark at the same time and pass through the same checks at the border, the symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did? Well then, remind me. Did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? What? No? So an agreement then? I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B.
Funny you should say that. Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember Miss Naruto.
Yes, of course. Fence has been... The fence has become unusually quiet, I know. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
Could you have nothing more to say, please? My voice is dying.
So that's his story. I suppose, if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruto must have murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Goku's cabin,
Body would have been moved, would have to have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then.
that could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruto.
He had previous dialogue that I mean we didn't get to see. I'm pretty sure that was updated like ending dialogue between those two. But okay, alas, whatever. Let me quickly save.
Let's think about this. What evidence do we have? Hold on. Oh, I forgot this existed. When will they have to present this? We have anything?
do I present the photo? Because we know that he could have transported with the thing, but the thing is that will we lead into how he was able to get past fucking like border security? Because they would have had to inspect the luggage. Sorry, I think I hit my mic by accident. Let me move this. So this one might be wrong. I feel like this might be one where I have to think pretty fucking hard. Well, unless it is very straightforward, but like... Let's just take the L so I can get it out of my head and try and think about it.
Objection!
Oh. There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say?
I would say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Apart from being impossible for you to do, the transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched.
Oh, he said this when we met him! Apparently he was able to bypass fucking the border. Because Mikadama, we knew that Mikadama couldn't. Oh my god, I forgot! Oh my god! Oh my god!
We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London.
Slip of the tongue, you would say.
Papa's check and luggage search at the border took a rather lot of time. I am very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I guess after this they gotta make sure to fucking check this time, huh? I presume you recall this, Judge Goku. The photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you the large travel trunk, large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside.
Listen, Naruto, surely you're not suggesting...
I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Goku's trunk.
That is very scary to think about. Oh no, Unicorn!
Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk.
Literally, what happened to his legs?
Verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Goku?
But inside his trunk. How horrifying.
And after we'd spoke with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
Would have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged that there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of crime. The onset of the body's decomposition would have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages. The SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikaba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Goku?
They did? I'm sorry, I don't remember the investigation from last week. What the fuck did we talk about? Oh no.
However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. Well, the evidence points to you being the killer.
Like it's not enough though, but you're doing your best, sweetie. Look, he's laughing.
Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on the study tour. What on earth are...
That came from me, I'm sorry, that wasn't even Cosmo, that was me. What the fuck you on about?
What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both laid firm foundations for that already.
Judge Koku, please stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
I have a nut.
Because Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime?
Prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Brockman Zyke shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling.
The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. Afraid it's the prosecution's claim that's the only fairy tale here.
How can you say that?
Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Huh? What?
Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you?
Yeah, tell us. You wanna tell us?
Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. This evidence clearly contradicts that claim. What are you on about, bro?
I love when he does this shit. He never shares with the class, so I have to fucking figure it out. I'm sorry I haven't caught up yet. I'm still writing out the sentence. I'm the type to mess around in class and not catch up with my work, I'm sorry. I was the most productive during my time. It was after lunch. I was too tired from the food. His claim about, excuse me, exactly what? Died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. Died instantly. Wouldn't it just be the autopsy report? Because if he did die instantly, why is the autopsy report like that? We know this to be the case. Does that make sense? We don't have anything else. That's the only confirmation when it comes to determining the time of death, no? Because we had the whole clock thing, but I feel like that doesn't really stand. Like, now that we have this updated, we know that the term of death is indeterminate. Well, if it's wrong, it's wrong.
Take that!
It really is wrong. Okay. But that doesn't... Does the clock... No, but...
Time of death. 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 Time of... Did I present the right thing, right? Yeah. Last time... Well, actually, no. That was when I was examining. When I examine things, I misclick. Time of death. Time of death. Time of death. If he weren't to instantly... Hold on, I need to backwards think this. If What's something that doesn't make sense if he were to die? What? If he were to die instantly? What's something? What? No, I'm actually lost. Something that doesn't... Oh, Renosuke, you need to tell the class what you think this time. I don't even... Okay, you know what? Maybe Susata will say something. No, don't say you're disappointed in me again, please! I can't handle it for the second time today! Stop! Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street? Or was he moved there after his death? You know that answer! There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clear. What does that mean?!
Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time then.
Susato! Can't you hold your head steady enough to point it out? Why do they go so hard on, like, bashing you if you fuck up? Like, this level of disappointment is not easy for the heart. What do you mean surprisingly clear? Like, clearly it's not. it's not clear. Okay, that if it's surprisingly clear, that means I'm overthinking it. What if he didn't die instantly? I just forget something interesting. It's customs port inspection. I completely forgot that he skipped through it. I'm just a normal citizen that goes through security. Like, of course, I was gonna remember the what, having government, like, perks to not have to go through that. Was a hyper castle, sorry for the late greeting. One was strong-hearted judge. That is a good question. Like, even though we got the reason to that, I'm still confused as to why he just let himself up there. I already missed the old judge. He's the most impartial person in this entire case. It is true. I think that's why it surprised me so much, because I really thought that he was the center of everything, but no, he's just kind of there. He's just on a mission, and then that's it. He's got an agenda, and he actually sticks to it. I'm misreading the guy, I'm pretty sure. Nice customer prosecutor. That's also another good question. Supposed to be a lawyer, you're supposed to be by my side, partner. Why must we face each other? If y'all are gonna face each other, at least kiss. Because he's our best friend. But nah, don't worry, PokerCraft, so there's a lot of spoilers up until this point, don't worry. Maybe it's good that you missed everything, because there's a lot of context that you need to understand everything. That's just the Ace Attorney game, it's fine. What happens, or rather what doesn't happen when someone dies instantly? What doesn't happen? When someone dies. The way that I gotta fucking visualize this. What something happens when someone what doesn't happen when someone dies instantly? If you die, you die. What? Ah! Nothing is coming to mind. Why isn't this clear for me? Like, this is starting to get embarrassing. Victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? One piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question. Wait, let me go back on what they were talking about, maybe. Point blank range. Point blank range. Again, an autopsy report that's outdated. I'm surprised that we didn't get that here as like a joke. That was such like a good meme. Like, I'm surprised it hasn't appeared at all here. Right? It hasn't appeared, right? I haven't overlooked it, right? We haven't got an outdated autopsy report. If anything, we actually got an updated one for once. It's only in the future that the Edgeworth schemes start to come in. That's probably too vague. Slightly, but then I'm also probably overthinking it, so, you know. Are you okay with hints? Yes, I'm okay with hints. Especially because I'm actually really stuck at the moment, like I really can't think of anything. If you die, you die! Does it have to do... Hold on. What do we have here that, like, does it have to do with, like, what we see on the crime scene, or does it have to do with his body? Where was the victim killed?
What's a piece of evidence that goes against the prosecution's stance? I'm trying to like I'm trying to simplify this as much for myself, but it's only making it more complicated. Kazuma? I should have inspected everything, right? Everything I've inspected so far is fine. I'll admit this one threw me threw me too. I wonder if
It's not a case of wording, it's just me not piecing something together. If only I could picture it. Instantaneous death means that Gregson could have not done anything once he died. Well, I was thinking that, but what do we have that he shouldn't have been able to do? Could have not done anything once he died. Was okay. Okay. He'd be flat out dead. What was the last thing he did? What was the last thing he did? Like, right, if I were to follow what the prosecution's line of logic, up until what date was this when they died, when he died again? Fuck. Alright, we don't have a fucking exact time of death. Fucking ass. On was it the first? The first? Oh fuck, no, not the 1st of November. No, 31st. 31st. No. Oh, my brain. He would have. He would. He was. What the fuck was he doing? He was. Vroom. You know that he was on. Okay, he was on the steamship on the 31st, and then our line of logic is that he would have died at that point. But if his body would have been, if he did die back in the thing, then Was it? He was inspecting. What? If he instantly died, he.
This is what I get for waiting to play fucking a trial after a week from the investigation. Wait, the events in my head are not lining up to how I remember them. Okay, hold on. He presumably was investigating the Red-Headed League. But then we know that the whole thing with Vigil happened. He would have been at the thing. The entire point was that we didn't know his whereabouts. Prior to finding his body.
The fuck?
No, I really don't. Okay. Second hint. Is it an evidence in the first 2 pages, or is it on the third and the fourth one? What evidence am I supposed to be looking at? The first, these, no? Can't deny that I'll spoil rotten in fucking Spirits of Justice when they give you like the, if you fuck up, here's a hint, because oh my god, you suck. I took that one for advantage. Oh my god. I know this game was released before the Apollo Justice trilogy came out, but like, that's the point. I don't get around to that. This one is really bad. I can't be the only one overthinking this, am I? Maybe not as hard as I do, but like, when I instantly, what happens to your body? Death? You just fall down? What am I supposed to be? How am I supposed to be picturing this? What am I thinking about? If you die instantly, what? What would be the difference if Gregson was instantly killed at Fresno versus killed on the ship and transported via trunk? If he was... What? If he was instantly killed here, he would have just... But if he was on the ship... Doesn't have to do with how his body is laid out, is it? Tightly curled up. You're not saying that one fuck. You're not. He would have just fallen on the floor versus why is he curled up suspiciously? If you were to die, you'd just go eh. Is that what you're saying? What the fuck?
I was just gonna say earlier that this doesn't feel like a case of the game's wording like fucking with you, but it's happening again, isn't it? You're not. Like, I refuse to believe it. That's so sneaky. That's so sneaky if that's the case. No, no, I don't know. I refuse. Based on you guys' hints, that's what you're saying, no?
Take that!
I fucking hate this! It happened again! No! Every fucking time! It's always the wording in this game! Whenever I play this damn game, bro. It's always the wordy ones that get me stuck for literally 20 minutes. That's so unfair. I get why they do it though, that's how they get you. When was the last time this happened for me? Wasn't it during Drebber? Drebber was actually making me go psychotic, and there was another one before that that made me go crazy. I don't remember anymore because I was in such a fit of rage. Photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. That's the point, Char.
The point is the posture of the body itself. But Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. It's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that.
Sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted the fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
He died instantly.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Jajikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed.
What?
According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. And the answer should have been abundantly clear by now.
You're suggesting
that I'm dumb as fuck? Possibly.
The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor from the inside of a large travel trunk. You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as if it had been kept in a confined space.
You're very bad at setting up a murder scene, sir.
Jajikoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it would contain traces of the victim's blood. Duh.
Oh.
present my trunk? I refuse.
What? On what grounds?
'Cause I said so!
The Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan should have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Jajikoku, there is blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to...
I was on my period, sir. I'm sorry.
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court.
I don't care who you are, what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth.
Look! Unicorn!
Order in court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it?
Oh, because some asshole didn't fucking chose to commit to it.
Have you no shame at all, Kazuma-Sogi? What? Oh well. I admit it. To bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... God! Outrageous! So it was you! You admit... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man? I still have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? Merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, or to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else.
How do you know the room? Like, that's my question. What was it mentioned before? Because, once again, I don't remember anything. I don't remember what happened last week, or what we covered last week. I really don't. How does he know the room? Is it because we told him about it? Like, we had to catch him up on the trial? Like, that's the assumption?
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Moreover, he had already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh,
that's right. Who else could have been? It was you, Kazuma-Sogi. You.
Isn't it funny watching Japanese, like the Japanese men here just like absolutely badgering each other on like another country's soil? Like this is very much like international, like a really big international incident, but like when you think about how this is like a closed trial too, it just looks like three bickering men having like a disagreement. Like at its core, it feels like this because it feels like it's starting to get petty at this point. Like, you fuck, you didn't actually do the assassination. Well, I'm sorry. I don't give a shit about your what you wanted to do.
Never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. Taking the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma-Sogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't? So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Yeah, fine.
Counsel for the defense, what is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma-Sogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. Comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku.
Wait, you mean that you actually take a point?
The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Sogi is...
This sounds stupid, but I almost want to accuse him just to see what the dialogue is, but I can't do it out of my morality. That is... I like Kazuma. I can't do it. Would you guys forgive me to see what the thing is? Does the game end? Is Kazuma just gonna maybe Susato. Susato's gonna be like, what the fuck are you saying? Kazuma-sama, what it? Why would you say that? It's either that or Kazuma just screams across from the table like, you fuck! Ah! Morbid curiosity, how strong are you today? I want to see the dialogue. I've saved. I'll save again. I don't believe it would be him. Like, what are the chances that it is actually him? You're not gonna tell me like it was by accident or anything like that, are you? He was so clearly killed by a gunshot. Kazuma wouldn't hold a gun. He's the kind of person to bring a sword to a fucking gunfight. I'm sorry. Let me see the dialogue. Wait. Is this wait?
It is possible, my lord.
Don't laugh. I'm sorry.
How could you? Do you think I want to believe it? The fact is, can't say with complete certainty what actually happened because I wasn't there. You disappoint me, Rinosuke!
Anyway, Mr. Naruto, perhaps that's why we form opinions based on evidence.
Ah, so true. Actually, I have evidence that can settle this argument conclusively. My lord, the defense would like to present evidence in support of... You know why I'm okay with this? He's already said that he's disappointed in me once. What's the second time? If I didn't fuck up at the start of the stream, this would have hit so much more worse, but it's okay. I'm sorry! Shut the embarrassing "ah" you uttered a moment ago. In a way, this is the illusion of choice, isn't it? There's two fucking options, and if you fuck up once, it's like, I wonder what it could be, but it really is Kazuma! I'm gonna keep pressing with this one, like... Wait, is that all of your dialogue? My apparent truth is all that matters. Okay. Remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. Wait, let's continue! Let me load it. I'm sorry. Impossible. Let me remind you of something you said only a few moments ago. You claim that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is? No question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Sogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Sogi's involvement? That is a good question. I was so caught up in the whole fucking thing over there that I really actually don't know. Me fighting the fucking fate of progressing in this game. That is the wall of the illusion of choice.
The impossibility of prosecutor involvement. Wait. He said he left that... Wait, no. There's no way that he would have used the sword.
No, not use a sword. Is it use the gun? Close range from the front. Oh, wait, no, wait, huh? Wait, hold on. Huh? If he... Wait, hold on. Okay, wait, I need to play the scenario in my head. Hold on. So, the guardsman was there. He wouldn't have been able to shot him, no? Because he was instantly... If he was killed in the cabin... Yeah. Well, unless it's the gun. Wait, no, it doesn't say much about it. It doesn't say about the issue. Is he issued a gun? He is a prosecutor, technically. I'm overthinking again. I got fucked up from the last one. Now I gotta... the chunk of my brain that's gone missing. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. If Cosmo... Wait, I feel like this is more of a case of there's already... What? But... Wait, what do I present them? Because everything that I've said, I can't think of what evidence that I have to... Wait, what exact evidence do I have that... Because I get the... If the crewman... Okay, if it was only those two and he killed him and then left him there. He... Huh? Drunk is a euphemism. No choice is real. I love that the game progressed. Wasn't like in the Phoenix Wright trilogy? Actually, maybe not. Maybe I'm making this up. I feel like there was a point where you could just keep pressing with like the same thing, but it might have been like a three-way choice, and that's where the game is like, okay. You can keep choosing over and over again, but if it was like two choices, the game would have progressed. I still think it's funny that they did that though. I hope you've already answered this question. Oh, that's helpful. I don't remember what I said. Hold on. Okay, so does it have to do with the weapons? Or is it the guardsman? If it was... Don't accidentally press Y. But is it the timing of what, I actually don't know what exactly I'm supposed to be presenting because my line of logic is confusing me. Unless it's an issued gun again. I wish we didn't have so little HP points. I wouldn't mind just like absolutely sending it for like a lot of evidences, but I'm very unfucked to reload all the time.
Because if it was those two were let into the thing. The crew on the other hand outside, and then Gregson and Carol over there inside. If it were to be the one that killed him.
If he were to be the one that killed him, one, Cosmo doesn't use guns. He's based. I mean, one. Does he own a gun? Two, the gunshot would have been heard from the crewman outside. Three, I forgot this one. Oh no. Is it an alibi? I was thinking of the hotel thing, but no, I'm trying to think. I gotta think of the moment, which would have been the crewman. But then if it is the crewman, what evidence do I present to be like, well, the crewman was there? Because this says moreover when the crewman wasn't there. How does that make sense to present as evidence? This one shouldn't be hard, but I feel like there's so many ways of like disproving this. Is it wrong for me to think like that? Or is it? Cause this, my revolver thing, I don't have any. It doesn't say anything here, nor did we particularly talk about the gun that much for me to know. So it doesn't make sense. Because it didn't clarify enough about it, it wouldn't hold very well. I mean, I also don't remember a lot of the things that people say, so maybe they did mention it and I just forgot. Is this more just to prove like a... Okay, well, this is the time where they didn't leave, but like we knew that the crew would have always been there. It'd be more like an that could be it. I guess apparently all that makes sense. Oh, if we're talking about him not being able to commit the murder. Okay, I cut the Sunday, I can take 20 minutes. Because we know that from their testimonies was that, well, from Cosmo's testimony, and if we do trust him, which we do, he said that the crewman allowed both of them to go in, and he was like, yeah, that was kind of weird of him to do that. It makes you wonder though, like if Judge Ikoku were to die, how would they transported his body? Like if they were to do the assassination attempt, how would have, like, out of curiosity, what measures would have Gregson take to cover it up? Like, if Sholmes was able to bribe people about, no, that situation is different because they had the sweet young girl. And they kind of swore to her. He had blackmail. This situation is different. They couldn't bribe. When did the drill take place again? 10 PM on the main deck. You know what? I'll just present it. If it's wrong, it's wrong.
Take that!
Itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Ikoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body on your cabin,
This itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman's sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely. Because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. That tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. The crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now clearly, the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was on board the vessel at the time. Prosecutor Sogi stated in yesterday's proceedings,
He left before it took to sea.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, that makes more sense.
It was okay. No, that makes more sense. I don't remember the timing of things. Okay. I don't put that to mind. I only just remember the events that like happen in order, not the time exactly. No, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Spent that night at a boarding house in town and returned to England the following morning. This is where the while I was thinking he had an alibi. And that does technically work here. We know that he would have been at a lodging house elsewhere when the ship would have taken off, so that would have that you can use that as an alibi. Cool. So that was a lot more straightforward than I thought.
which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Sogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing.
Got your back, bro. Wait, he keeps slamming the witness stand. Is he gonna break it again? It'd be so funny if he does break it again. Like 10 years. It'll be a fucking decade tradition. Break the stand!
No, absolutely not! I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? Boy's just saying that the exonator himself gonna trust they really disembarked the vessel. Obviously after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish it.
No, that's out of the question.
Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
That's what I said.
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time he gave the court an honest answer, and as a common man.
Oh, the stand! The stand!
He killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his body, corpse,
Same thing.
back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there.
360!
That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jigoku? It was that damned trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. It's over! My life is over!
I think gravity left the room there.
British assassin to eliminate professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
Oh, there's just no stand. He's just standing.
The assassin exchange requests arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. It was hardly a request, it was a demand.
And for that you decided to recruit Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐼.
Things didn't go according to plan. The chosen assassin never made it.
Oh, this is Renosuke. You chose an assassin, never made it to Britain. And you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in 𝐢𝐧𝐼r's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. Made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
What? The Reaper?
There's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Ah. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper.
Not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship.
That's why it was listed weirdly in his book, huh? It didn't look the same as all the other ones.
It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It's past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. There was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move.
Oh.
I received the British issued gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I've imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Yeah, that makes sense. And the victim was killed inside your cabin on the 𝐢𝐧𝐼rℏ, which begs the question, why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street?
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. It's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
Then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
Knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart told me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due to at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon. Ordered to meet a man by the name of 𝐢𝐧𝐼rℨ Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification.
Even you there? Well, I guess Gregson would have reported it, huh? That's how he was able to do the Reaper mission. Oh, no, yeah, that makes sense. But he never told the name. He only knew him as 𝐢𝐧𝐼rℏ Boone. Gregson didn't out Vigil. Well, that is how we found out. That was kind of... Okay. Cool.
I decided the man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a a carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
Is it Hackney? Hackney? That must have been just after we took this photograph of you at the hotel, then. God, that's cryptic. This photograph sucks.
Guess I was expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous.
That's why you were laughing so much. That's why you kept calling poor Renosuke a murderer. Because you fucking murdered someone.
First yesterday I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
Miss Venus, of course.
I conceived at the candle trick there, and then so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case, so I put that on. Though I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
Good thing that no one gave a shit about your entire build and only the fucking redhead. In a way, it was a perfect disguise. They got people looking, but only looking at that rather than everything else about you.
Hairpiece we found at the scene. Inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
They arrived at the room at around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board and set up my little candle trick. Arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later.
So Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap.
Sorry, I read that normally.
I'm just very focused.
So at the last moment I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah!
I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did.
Then... you...
Oh, no, you're gone.
I've heard enough! We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail.
Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? He just said he wouldn't say anything there.
He's no snitch. I'm not.
Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough!
Already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now?
No, let's not finish the trial. We gotta get you talking, sweetie.
It's finished! All of it. I'm finished.
Beautiful.
Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us is admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Beautiful. Wait, hold on. I thought this was... hold on. Okay, I know that you're special, but like... We've talked about this on multiple occasions. That the fucking... I defendant right now is Van Dyke's... I don't think this makes sense. Like, maybe for his trial, but like, not this trial.
Seshiro Jigoku is the opinion. It is the opinion of this court that you should be found.
Or maybe the game just wants to do this at least once. Well, canonically anyways, because you should be trying to go canonically non-guilty for all of your vengeance.
May I remind all these present of the strict confidentially demanded by this closed court.
Oh, wait, that's actually it? Like, he won't snitch? Ah.
Moments ago, Mr. 𝐢𝐽𝐽 signed a written confession admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson, the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Sorry, Cosmo.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
True identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. With every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now for the formal education. Hereby declare the defendant Baroque van 𝐬𝐽𝐽.
Objection.
Yeah, there you go. Cosmo knows that if this ends now, that he can't find out his father's death. So we gotta continue this.
Prosecution calls for education to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. Therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time.
This video.
That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge 𝐢𝐽𝐽 has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Baroque van 𝐬𝐽𝐽 has committed crimes for which he must be punished.
Sir.
Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear. Prosecutor Sorgi. Certainly. The murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro 𝐢𝐽𝐽. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot into the sick, merciless assassin exchange.
You're not gonna present that he's the Reaper still, are you? Oh my god!
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is who coerced 𝐢𝐽𝐽, who's pulling the strings. The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baroque van 𝐬𝐽𝐽, being the Reaper of the Bailey. Furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What?
Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord van 𝐬𝐽𝐽 very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances now have changed.
what do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with 𝐢𝐽𝐽 by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
I'm sorry! I hit the mic! I went to scratch my nose and then I went to put down my hand.
I must say I'm surprised. But quite tenaciously, you appear to want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord van 𝐬𝐽𝐽. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Cosmo's silence before.
He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zyks unwittingly started 10 years ago. Unicorn.
Very well. Was it extremely irregular?
You being here is irregular enough as it is. Don't worry, just do whatever you want.
I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. Hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing.
Okay. Alright, bro. I'm saying this to... Ah! I'm saying this again. Imagine being in this fucking trial right now. Imagine being in the fucking public gallery of watching this turn down. It's like, oh my god, what's going on?
Pray turn a blind eye to this courtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. Hasn't said the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zyks.
First had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. And let justice decide, Lord Van Zyks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as a primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. What says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically. You're right, that he's not himself. But I knew it would be like this. I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer and as his friend. Then, that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord.
Hey, if the defendant wants to say that he wants to testify and prove otherwise those allegations, then I stand by him. And also, the guy across from me, I like him a lot, so I'll listen to what he says. I like that's what Ryunosuke is essentially saying.
I click by exit.
Very well, defendant, you will take this witness stand. Give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. As you wish, my lord.
I haven't been here for a few streams and it will be lurking today. Hi, Apollo. I don't know if you're still lurking, but I'm so sorry for the late greeting. I got to focus on the intense the scene there. I'm sorry. But hi, hope you're doing well. Also, hi, Joseph as well. Super late, I had to go to the doctor. That's all good. I hope you're okay. If you had to go visit the doctor. It was nice to see you again. It's been a while.
Okay. After I say his testimony, I'm going to take a short break. Just because I'm running out of water now. So I'd like to quickly go refill it. Because if even after quitting fucking Jigoku and we're still going on with this, well, you know, we still actually have a lot to go through anyways. Because we still haven't gone down to everything about the case from 10 years ago, you know? So like we still need to figure that out. You know. I think it'll be a good time to take a break after I read through his testimony. Or should I do it now? No, I'm too curious about what his testimony is. I can think about it later. The Reaper and the Assassin Exchange.
Never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years. And I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the Assassin Exchange.
So you deny or...
So you deny accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Actually, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Inosuke Naruhodo? Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later it will come out. It's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said.
Unicorn.
Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense proceed to cross-examine the witness.
Yes, my lord.
I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma.
I know you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Well, I'll have time to think about that because I actually have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my god. Oh yay! Oh, this is where I'll take the break. I'll also quickly save just in case the game crashes while I'm gone. Either that or I misclick and I forgot to save. It's been a while. Ah! Okay.
How are you? I'm doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. It's been a while since I've seen you, and I'm assuming it's because of school. So don't worry. Hi, Jonas. That's actually his foot on the table. You have impeccable timing, honestly, because he hasn't. Is he done? Did he do that at the start of the stream where we went in? No. Yes. No. No. That was the first time he did it this stream. Because we went in straight to the witness testimony with fucking Jigoku. Yeah. Where's my text screen? 5-minute break. All right, guys. This is a break for everyone as well. Oh my god, my OBS. So okay, everyone, go get your hydrations, get a snack as well if you're feeling a bit peckish. If not, we reconvene in 5. I'll see you guys soon. I'm hoping the water is boiled. I want hot water. It may not take 5 minutes. We'll see.
Okay. We are back. I'm gonna put the ratio of my hot water properly. Hold on. I didn't get to taste it. Taste it. I didn't get to check it. Oh, that's okay. That's fine. Alright. We have... Actually, better wording. We don't have much snacks because I completely forgot to stock up for the stream. Because I prefer always having a sweet snack. But last week, I couldn't stop thinking. I don't know if you guys seen the TikTok trend that was going on about like frozen gummy bears. I kept fucking seeing it in my feed, and for the longest ass time it was just living rent-free in my head because I'm someone that very much likes like the textures of food. So I thought it would look so nice to like chew on. So I went to try it out. But I don't think I did it properly, which is funny because all you do is let the gummy bears soak in Sprite or like another like soda, and then drain it and then go to freeze it. But I still somehow fucked it up because it didn't freeze all the way through, and not only that, it didn't soak up all the way through. So I somehow fucked it up. But even so, it's still kind of very like 4 out of 10 experience, so I'm very sad about that. But I still have quite a few, so I need to like eat through it, otherwise it'd be a waste. Because I told myself, well, I'm not really one to eat just straight up gummy bears, so I just like do the whole batch anyways. I'm such a fucking idiot. I should have just done half of it, because I can slowly eat gummy bears. The frozen ones, not so much. I don't know how to describe it. I was gonna bring some with me, but you guys would have to hear me chew, so I just left it in the freezer. I'm really sad about it. Like, there is a texture to it, but it wasn't like what I envisioned, so I'm quite sad about it. I feel like it'd be more tolerable if, like, there is some gummy flavors that are like a lot better. Because it is, like, it is just like in Sprite, so the flavor is quite... It's a lot more mild. So if you have a really flavorful gummy, I feel like it'd be fine. Popcorn! Did you get popcorn? Popcorn? I want popcorn. I haven't had popcorn in a while. There's like these popcorn like bags that you can buy. They're already popped, but they're like, what is it called? Oh, I'm searching it up. It's like a natural, like... Cobb's natural popcorn. Lightly salted and slightly sweet. I really like eating those, but like what I really miss most is like movie, like cinema, like kind of popcorn. So like years ago we did buy like the microwavable ones, but I never found myself eating through all of it, so that's why I stopped buying them. I only have them as a treat, but I'm really craving it now because it's been so long. Because those bag popcorns are nice, but they're like very, very light and airy. Which is better for you. But like, I'm feeling I feel like they're especially like buttery kind of popcorn, you know? Last touches in the writing for Lyrebird Arc. After that is Prismona, and after Prismona only like 3 more planet stories to write. You got this, man! Getting some good progress in there. It's not just virgin or vodka gummy bears. I did see something like that as well. But you can actually freeze those gummy bears though, when you soak it in the Sprite. This alcohol doesn't freeze. Well, I guess it's a certain percentage. If you try and yeah. But I did see something like that. I've been wanting to try it. What is it? Hold on. Now you I have to search this up again now. It's not like the alcoholic gummy bear, like the vodka like soaked ones. Because you can't freeze those ones. But like there was another freeze like alcohol drink that I saw that I wanted to try. Cause doing this with the gummy bears, isn't it essentially the same as like a Jello shot? if you do that to the gummy bears. I remember seeing a frozen one. I wanted to try it, but I can't remember. These are all just videos, and I don't usually drink alcohol. But these would be like such fun party things that you could drink. You could drink and eat. I'm misremembering. Yeah, I'm really disappointed with the... Is it because I soaked it too long? It says it soaked the gummy bears overnight, so I did that. So it felt too soft. I prefer it a little hard. I prefer it a little bit more iced, you know? But I also get it because it is, you know, it is a gummy. It is gelatin. Let me think of something. Which color of M&Ms is the best? I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've eaten an M&M. I guess at the top of my head, the only one that I can't think of is the brown one. I'm a blue M&M's guy, personally. Pee-wee Longway? What? I'm a green fan. Green's close to second. Is this like an actual discussion with M&Ms? It reminds me of that whole the from years ago. There was like the drama thing that happened. Wasn't it how they redesigned the characters, wasn't it? I remember seeing that. That was kind of funny. Anyways. Yeah, but they're dangerous. Yeah, I can only imagine. Putting alcohol with like good as like a little fun like party like a dish is dangerous. I don't remember what other ones that I've had before that I really liked. I just can't remember anymore. Not because I was too drunk to remember. I've never gotten drunk before. Miyuu just has bad memory. Guys, I don't need the full like blackout drunk experience. My memory blacks out just by itself apparently. My blackout drinking experience at home. Highly contested topic in the M&M's community. Really? Man, I feel like it would be such a fun discussion. I didn't know about it. Now the color one. Which color the Fruit Loops taste the best? That's also something I haven't eaten in so long. Blue? Fruit Loops. I'm trying to like I'm trying to go back to my childhood. Like what did I find myself eating? it's either the blue one or the green and orange one. I definitely know it was the blue one. I can't remember like between green or orange if I found myself. Maybe orange. I think orange. Not that I understand how this is discussion, but I can understand where this is going. Man, it's been so long since I've eaten Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops is good. I don't usually eat cereal anymore since I don't eat breakfast. Yeah, I should try. I've been thinking— oh my god. I've been thinking so much about, like, you know, how the milk in cereal gets flavored. I've been wanting that, but with like, with crunchy nuts. I've been thinking about that recently, I'll be honest. But the thing is with crunchy nut is that like halfway through the box, I get tired of it. Another thing is that I'm also lactose intolerant. So like the desire to eat cereal like dies out pretty quick, and then I'll just have an extra bottle. Like I can't just eat the cereal by itself. Like crunchy nut by itself is good, but like once again, it starts to get stale after a while. Just only eating it. I feel like if I just eat a handful and then leave it, but then like if I leave it for too long, then I won't be able to eat the full thing before it goes. Maybe I'll just buy myself a crunchy nut. Don't they have bars? Isn't that a crunchy nut bar? Why do I faintly remember this? No, not that one. What the fuck am I thinking of? Maybe I ate something that tasted like a crunchy nut. Crunchy nut but with chocolate in a bar form. This is straight up just nut. Crunchy nut. Like, it's just a bar. The red one. I know that. Wait, you guys are making me realize something. You guys know how I have a vendetta against the color purple? Like for some reason, I just don't like the color purple. I can appreciate it as a color. Just FYI, I gotta disclose this every single time. Like I don't, I don't like hate, despise the color purple. Like don't get me wrong. Because if I did, I wouldn't use it like while I'm drawing, you know. But like when I look at the color purple, it just makes me like sad. Like I just don't like looking at it. But I just remembered that for Fruit Loops, I always saw purple, the purple Fruit Loops, and it kind of just made me sad to look at them. I always see them as the last ones, and I don't like soggy cereal. So when I see them at the end of the bowl, and it would be like, it would be too soggy by that point, I just get sad. I don't think that's the core of why I don't like the color purple though. I feel like it extends deeper, but that's a weird part of my lore that I've just remembered now. What the hell? I like the orange ones. Yeah, I think it is the orange ones. So I was like next to the blue ones, and I picked out sometimes. I still just kind of ate it normally though. They're all the same, but they're identical besides color, but they're just so different. Placebo goes crazy. It really does. What's your preferred order of Starburst? Oh, okay, this one's controversial. This one's controversial because the way I grew up with Starburst is very different. I was just talking to this with my friend actually about flavors. When it comes to like lolly flavors, I'm the kind of person that actually likes orange. Even though when I grew up, I found that so many people disliked eating like orange flavored things. But then the orange flavored things would be left over, and I'd be happy to eat those. No matter like what lolly or like, you know, whatever candy that we got as children, I was okay with eating the orange ones, and I preferred those. With that in mind, if I'd have to say. It's the orange ones at the top for me. Oof. Here's the thing, I like the red ones. But then it went down, I'll be honest. So it's orange. I think pink. Pink, yellow, red. The yellow ones would have been the ones I dislike, because not gonna lie, lemon usually isn't a top thing for me, but then I think there was a period where there was only yellow ones and I preferred those over the red ones, and I was able to eat all the yellow ones. I faintly remember that at some point in my life. So the yellow ones went up the ranks. Even though I used to avoid those. I like the orange ones the most. I think it's just a nostalgia thing. I feel like if I didn't grow up with Starburst, I wonder what flavor I would like the most. Would it still be orange? Because a lot of the things that I like is because just nostalgia. Like, I'm just used to eating it, so I'm okay with eating it. Talking about snacks, I think it's like 70 years since we last had them. You make me sound so old. What the hell? Controversial nature of that. It's so funny how that's so controversial talking about Starburst flavors. It's just 4 flavors. But it sparked so much discussion. Into serious territory, the hexagonal lead pencil, sorry. The circular lead pencils, or the triangle lead pencils. Hexagon? I didn't really think about it. Cause you know what? You know why I say that? It's because during when I was switching at my stationery in high school, I slowly shifted out, well, more so because we started using pens more, less so pencils. If I ever did need to use a lead pencil, like, you know, for like mathematics, because you do need that, I shifted to mechanical pencils. So I stopped thinking about, like, you know, the shape, like how the wooden pencils have the shape. I think I say hexagon just because the feeling. It was more because to me it's like a fidget like toy, I guess. So that sensory thing like help me distract in class. Like if it was just circular, it would be it's just a pencil. The triangular one is like, it's more so as someone that's been in like art classes, some pencils are for some god-awful reason like that. It's more like a fight between God. Even though if you hold a triangle pencil, isn't that like technically the best way to, you know, how to grip them? If it's triangular shape? I don't like the triangle ones, I think. Coles or Woolies? That one's controversial, I would not disclose that one. What if I said neither? Everything's too expensive. I will say nothing. Damn, I have a lot of questions. Please don't question me. I feel like if I want to finally do a tier list stream, I feel like it'd be funny if I go through tier list. But like, if I ever do a tier list stream, the first one I want to do is the Ace Attorney one. Ace Attorney villains. Why just list out in ranking, like which is like the best villain or which one was like the worst villain. The bad people tier list. But like that kind of like list, there was also another tier list, I think I wrote it down, that I wanted to try and do. A back tier list for like Star Rail or like the gacha games that I play. Fucking back ranking. I'm sorry. But if you think about it, I feel like I'm gonna be like the only person that's ever done that. So if you guys just want some wild ass tier list, then just stay tuned for whenever I do that. But if I ever do like, if I do finish those too quickly, which I feel like I don't, I talk way too much. If I do ever finish those too quickly or choose to do another tier list stream, it'd be fun if I do a lot of the random ones. A little bit funny. I always kind of decided against it because I feel like I don't really form a lot of opinion about things, but if I look through enough, I feel like it would be funny. Because I remember seeing a tier list for like the Star Rail enemies, and I thought that was I did that. I thought that was quite fun today. Like, which is the worst kind of enemy, and that'll be at like S rank. Like those kind of small ones are fun to do. Okay, okay. too much tangenting. Okay, let's fucking Van Zyke is staring at me. He wants to continue with the game. He's yelling at me with his eyes. Like, please free me of these fucking accusations of your best friend. Is it connected? Please connect. Okay. It was not. I had to click in.
Hold it!
Do you know what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey?
Exactly. You can imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. Realize that?
You're intending to comment on every sentence. This could take a while, Kazuma.
No, let him talk. I like listening to him.
Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed?
I feel like after the death of his brother, nothing could have been worse.
Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who'd been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? Can't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Oh, that told me.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Reminds me today, my very kind math teacher made me do a math question that's for year 10s going into math specialist for 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨. 2 minutes to do that. Guess if I was cooked or if I was cooked. We're probably very cooked. It's specialist. The only reason to go into specialist is if you need it for for your waste thing, for what the thing you want to go into in university. Other than that, because I hear from some of my friends. So I had one friend that didn't take specialist, but the course that she was doing in university required her to know about some things learnt during like the specialist class. She ended up just learning it in university anyway. So I guess it depends on the university if they choose to help like cover it. But they do have resources. But yeah, you were probably cooked. I had like what is it? For some reason I blanked. I had like a little like part of my brain that was like, you should try and do specialists if like the only thing that you can like do well is in math. Which I didn't do well in math, by the way. I did better in another fucking course. Math was like my second best, I feel like. It was just very standard for me to get through it. Roasted like a chicken. Better write in 1 minute. Feel different. Oh my god. Look at you go. Wait, you actually stand a chance then? Hell yeah. I always think about, I had what, half of my friends did like the not the general, what is it called? Sorry, it's been so long since 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐴.
Applications. So like the easy one. Half of my friends went into applications and the other half went and did specialists. My poor friends in specialists. I feel like they all did fine, but like whenever they talked about specialists, they were just like in agony. Like watching them like reminded me that wow, it was good you didn't give into the idea of doing specialists. I feel like if I did try, maybe I would have, but I did not try enough in school, so it was a good enough sign. That was a sign. My teacher also used me as a warning today? The difficulty of a question. She said, oh, even redacted would need help with this. Crazy. Oh, to like, yeah, prove like a point. I don't know. That's more like a compliment if you think about it. Like in a roundabout way, I guess. They complimented you. Like, that's like, they're really smart. Because of course there's gonna be some things that not everyone can do. Like, of course it's gonna be hard.
Hold it!
You say for years? How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now.
Your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. It was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past.
A friend, even.
Felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when you found a secret notebook, is it?
It's when I first learned of the location he'd noted only as grouse and the appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. But I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Someone who's done math all their life, I'm gonna show you it'll end soon. Oh god. That was a groupmate in science project. Pressured the third member into playing Genshin. The bet was if we got number 1, then he'd play. What kind of fucking torture? Oopsie. I was meant to click. I was thinking so deeply, my fucking thumb just clicked. That feels like such a torture. Not saying like Genshin is bad. Genshin is good, but like I can't help but always think about how a new player going into like Genshin's climate is such like a rough situation, especially with the Natlan thing going on at the moment, I guess. Actually, you know what? No, that is bad. Your poor fucking storage space. How could you do that to them? They're gonna have to sacrifice 60 like gigabytes or so. 30 to 60 gigabytes depending on what they're fucking what platform they're playing on. That's the true torture, there you go. I'd be so spiteful if someone told me to reinstall Genshin now. I already have the 200 gigabytes on my fucking computer for some reason. I still have it. I mean, I'll do it to look at Sana. If I got fucking... if the bet was for me to, like, grind for a new character or try and pull to break pity on the banner, I'd be so spiteful. No thank you, sir. Don't make me go through it. I'm getting motion sick again.
Hold it!
Why'd you go to that specific location?
I thought if it was the Reaper's headquarters, and by turning up at 5 o'clock I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse.
Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly.
He had more punctuality than Vigil, unfortunately.
Yugoku had intended to implicate 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐵, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first.
Ridiculous careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around Asu then Kazuma.
Yeah, he's just being petty now. It's kind of cute.
Take what you will, it doesn't change the truth.
A greater punishment than the artifact grind. Yeah, that is another torture. God forbid you go back into the artifact. Oh my god. I was looking. Some people post shorts about like people's builds, right? It's so disgusting to be able to see someone with like 100% crit and then like 200% crit damage. Like that's quite literally 1-to-2 ratio, and that makes me like what I saw with like Riz's like Donghyun and Baibara. Actually disgusting. Quotations can't put. Not quotation, in brackets can't put. Fucking. What does it take, man? I guess I'm currently in that hell because I really don't want to go back after the Calyx doubles. I really didn't want to go back to the cavern grinding, but then I just remembered that I haven't pre-farmed for Sunday's Ascension map, so I needed to do that. But I'm gonna get them all soon because it's very easy to farm. So I'm gonna be back in the caverns again, trying to get his fucking relic sets. But it's going horribly. They all suck. My relics suck ass, bro. And I also haven't been able to finish Fei Xiao, so oh my god, I'm so sad. Maybe another life.
Hold it!
There's a link between you and Gregson, though.
Of course, we are close acquaintances. We work on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons.
Why is it highlighted? He did? Such as what?
Why did it go quiet? Where to buy good fish and chips and such like.
Well, that was convincing.
Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. In any case, I understand it was several years ago now that he was invited to work at a Japanese university.
That's right, he was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo.
It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man.
Sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it. But something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me.
Hold it!
Certainly as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted the
Objection!
scheme. Excuse me?
But as it stands, we have only the accuser's instance of his innocence.
Sorry? It's S's.
Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange, and if a reason could be established later in these proceedings, the accuser's claim in this testimony that he was involved would amount to perjury.
Well, yeah, that's true, but...
Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something first,
He'll gain the advantage.
this could be dangerous.
Convincing testimony by Lord Van Zyx. Suddenly, no apparent connection between the three men. There's no way to establish a motive. Testimony seems unassailable as far as I can see. Oh, dear me, what a bleak expression!
I agree. There doesn't appear to be any particular link between them. First glance, with the inclusion of one other person. I must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person,
Miss Naruto? Need to think back over all the information we've gleaned so far.
alright, and I review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record. Could it be that Lord Van Zyke has something to hide after all?
Of course he does. He chooses to be honest, but it doesn't mean that he can't not hide about something. Do both. I think so.
That Phoenix is jingly. Oh, me and Phoenix is jingly.
Speaking of, I wonder when she'll rerun. It's been a very long time, but more so Bladey. Bladey's rerun has been very, very long time. It's longer than Jiggly is. Only longer by like a patch though, no? 2 patches. A patch. 2 patches. 2 patches. Relic and Star Rail is so much more easier than artifacts. Without a doubt! Oh my god, the fact that we have the fucking modeling resin, like that existed. Like, day 1, no? That was at launch? Significantly easier.
And also how, I guess, how Star Rail splits it.
Which was funny because I heard a lot about, like, okay, this was really rough back then. But, grinding at the start of Star Rail was ass because plein air farming isn't what it is today. It's not as easy as it is to farm it because you could, it wasn't really worth it to use your stamina on it because it was just so time consuming. So it was better to just leave your weekly coins to hopefully get a good plein air set. But because the whole thing is you're forced to have a plein air set and then have like a full 4-piece set or whatever split piece set there. It was harder to grind, and also and on top of that it's 6. Altogether you need 6 in comparison to Genshin, which you need 5. And then in Genshin you can what's the word? You can mix and match a lot easier. So I thought it was funny that was the case, but then when I look back now, it's still like, even back then, it still would have been easier for me to relic grind. Even though it was really rough, it was still a lot easier to relic grind back then because I got better stats in Star Rail. This is before I went, I started regularly buying the pass. So I was free to play for quite a long time. I was still able to get like a pretty good team versus the like time that I spent in my first year of Genshin. Like, I guess you could argue like back then it was like completely different. First year Genshin was atrocious. Jesus Christ. Like, I get it. It was the first open world game. Like the gacha system wasn't the same as like Impact though. It was like a lot different. But man, the relics versus artifacts diff was so obvious. Top 500 Shehi, top 5,000 Jingli, top 4,000 Blade, top 500 Fellow, top— oh my god. Star Rail is so much easier. I'm so curious on where my units would place because I feel like mine are still kind of ass. The only one that I'm kind of proud of would be Boot Hill. I was gonna say Ron May, but now she's on an ice orb just so that I could get her to 161 speed. She shouldn't be on ice damage orb, but she is, just for that speed. The only one that I'm kind of proud of is Boot Hill, but even then, there's like 2 of his relics that aren't actually like that good. They only have like +1 stats on them. Like, they could be a lot better. But his one so far is like honestly the best that I have out of all my characters. And I want to say Himiko, but Himiko could be better if she was at 134 speed. But no, she's at 125. It is what it is. But I'm happy with her crit. I just can't make it the same. But man, the fact that I know so many people in chat that have like really decked out units makes me jealous. Please give me your luck. Please give me your relic luck. Is it? It's this one, huh? Common thread between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson.
trying to think. There should be one more person, it said, no? I can't remember what we have though written down. Pick. Ow. Would it be this? Because it's Clint, and then we have the coroner, John H. Wilson, and then we also have Gregson here. How does that involve him? Am I just to assume that it involves him? I feel like this is wrong though. Handprint on the back. I mean, we also have this, how does this relate to Wilson? That's why I don't think it's this. But we know this involves those, well, I guess that you could present that one later. We have anything else? Well, I don't even know if it's gonna be the statement. But isn't that what Ryunosuke was implying? I've been over struck another kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the reason of the involvement. I can appreciate that's just the truth. This is the one that confuses me. The reasons for being behind the assassin exchange. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be wrong about this, but I'll let me save again. I'll try. What other evidence do we have? I'm so doubtful of that. Well, like because we know he prosecuted that case, but that's. Drill. What piece of things do we have that talk about things? Of things, and then things of what things? And all that other things. Nothing. We only have what? The photograph? Photograph. But that doesn't involve Wilson, that only involves Gregson and Clint. But this one actually involves Wilson and then Greg. If it's not this one, I swear to God.
Objection!
What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old, from the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Dykes. What? My brother's autopsy report. Pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth.
It's my best built character in Genshin, and he's level 60 right now. Nah, you're so real for that one. I don't know who's my best built character. Guys, I have Xiangwei on physical build because I was there before he got fucking... I was there during his horrible ass of a nerf. Before he got buffed, so it was a rough time for me. Also, I didn't own that many characters. I needed DPS badly. He's still in physical build, but I think it's the funniest thing ever, keeping him on that build. I think it would be Yanfei. Even though her crit is absolutely atrocious, but she was the only one that actually dealt decent damage. I also had Chao, but he was also kind of mid. Man, everyone in Genshin that I've built is so fucking ass. I think it's Yanfei. Yanfei is like the only one that I fully committed. I don't think her weapon is that great, but it was the only good one that I had since I didn't own many 5-star weapons.
Ah, rough time. It's no wonder that I quitted.
Order in court! What reason do you have presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, has an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. That accursed name again, the professor. Personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Sykes, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
Promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave the vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. Enabled Lord Van Zyxie to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. Marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all concluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. I'm sorry, Kazuma! Maybe I should drink some water? I'm trying to evoke emotions, but I'm getting too heated. Calm down. Don't let him get to your head. He's really passionate at the moment, but focus on the job. That's outrageous! Oh, I already bit my tongue. Now 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced. Isn't that it? There's someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange.
That's quite an interesting theory. Oh, unicorn.
Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. It was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer.
Come on, Kazuma! You know this won't wash! You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation.
As it happens, I have evidence.
What?
As the courtroom has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I'd already deduced as a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Kanama, before the inspector's eye. Very quickly understood what my true motive was.
Oh, what the fuck? I have to voice you. I'm sorry, that was disgusting.
Alright, I see. You're that Sogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is it? Is that it? It will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. But to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. Still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated!
It was for the good of the country. Anyway, let's just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak!
Not saying another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right, even then.
So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zyke's autopsy were fabricated, the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Baruch Van Zykes.
In other words, the defendant did have a cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. And as we established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who, fuck my mouth! I believe I have to search this shit up. If I forget how to pronounce. Duh. Is it? I clicked the accent! Has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Baruch Van Zykes. Oh, he's standing.
Objection!
Oh, yeah. It's like a while since I've heard that one.
Kazuma Sogi.
What?
Well, you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts?
Did Gregson really fabricate evidence while at trial 10 years ago?
I heard it with my own ears.
A shameful admission. You're not the only one who was portrayed, apparently.
In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper.
Wait, that was all it took? What? What? Lord Van Zykes?
Gave no such orders, I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one.
Lord Van Zykes isn't the one behind all of this. But then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. Share with the class? What the fuck? I believe I know who it is, too. You... Just had a feeling this name was going to come up. Ah! The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... someone that could have fabricated evidence and let it slide. Would have been the previous leading prosecutor? Before Van Zykes took over? Does that make sense? Because for fabricated evidence to be submitted, it would have to be on the side of prosecution, and the only person that... Can I finally accuse this man on a non-baseless accusation? I don't have to keep saying,
his vibes were off. Can I finally admit to it? Gotta save again. It was yeah! No, I'm sorry.
Take that!
I'm the person who could have arranged the assassin exchange, manipulated the autopsy results. It's the Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Mayor Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart?
That's why you're standing. Oh my god.
Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zyks, had been killed.
Will you stop slamming the unicorn on its face now? Will we finally reach that point? Alright, boys.
Immersion. After I drink water.
Who is it? I mean, he was kind of right there, you know? Like, if you go back to the stream of when Strongheart first, like, essentially made Renosuke as a scapegoat for the McGilded thing, I've been so sus of him since. If you also excuse the very obvious points of, you know, like, him being a very high position of power. You know. But there's gotta be more reason to this, you know? Oh, hi! Hi, Borg!
Are you winning, fellow Blacklicker?
Since you've returned, I had a few hiccups, but I am winning. I don't, knock on wood, let's not jinx that one though. It's only gonna get worse from here, I feel like. Focus, immersion. It is him, right? Like, this isn't, like, I'm once it's reached this part of the game where, like, if you do make a fuck up, Renosuke did the whole 360 there.
Could only assume that is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zyks?
No, okay. I don't know why I'm so doubtful. Maybe it's the paranoia. Excuse his whole goddamn design. Yeah, let's brush over it, right? We don't judge a book by its cover around here. Not until the last second, anyways. I have a tough time. Skill issue for real. It was 1.5 hiccups, okay? I did my best. Boom. Bit was done by the back click of mention. Yeah, that is true. I forgot that does raise a lot of, like, questions, doesn't it? Raises an eyebrow. You don't need to know about that. I feel like it requires way too much explaining that I'd like to admit. Yeah, let's talk about that at a later date. It was really funny. We don't usually get people's backs in the game here, so there's not much that I can really say about everyone else's, like, character designs. Which I'd like to say is quite unfortunate, but alas, it is what it is. It's other people's backs that's the most important in an Ace Attorney game anyways. Anyway! Immersion! Oh my god.
10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the Lord to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, or the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now.
I was very much mistaken.
It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Wow, that one was loud.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna make a comment. Oh my god, you have your glass. Not just your glass, you have your foot.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. Doesn't warrant a response. Formal accusal, don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best.
You're not going to defend yourself?
You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zyke's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. Where's your evidence?
What?
Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand.
You mean to say...
Forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything.
Arg! Sorry. No! You were supposed to stop the unicorn! You're being accused! You don't use the gavel like that!
Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business ranking over the cause of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and defense is categorically denied.
I take it there are no objections! Sir?
Kazuma has more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all these years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zyke's autopsy.
We do. Mikotoba.
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
It's miyuu, Lord, don't mind it.
Yeah, exactly.
No judgment, whatever floats your boat. Thank you. I feel like it doesn't raise enough questions. I guess it's more a bigger question of like, okay, yeah, I get it, or it's more like that's what you're into. Like there could be like other things that's like more like something you get into. It's not like a weird, like, you know, the whole fucking feet thing that people have. It's not like a, oh, that's really weird. It's more like a, oh, okay. But I feel like people, that's a good reaction because I don't think people realize how like dedicated I am to like the craft. how like I think about it a lot, how it wasn't something that I thought about. It was something that I just unintentionally like found myself driven towards. Like I couldn't help but look at people's backs, but I didn't really acknowledge it as much until like the recent years. And then I made it my personality. And it just went downhill from there. Is it really though? But I do agree for the other stream. In reference to what?
I've already forgotten what I've said. What's your opinion of Yakuza games then? Fantastic! Beautiful, amazing, I love it. A very few instances that we actually got to see them half naked, but you know, the instances that we did, good shit. Also really like back tattoos. I feel like it's really typical to say, but like the spine tattoos are like really cool. So any designs that like try and like follow the curve of the spine, really, really hot. But I really like usually the ones around like what is the like near the shoulders. I really like. There's a lot of designs. I haven't thought about it enough to discuss it though. I feel like we don't need to discuss this. we really don't. But man, now that you said Yakuza, it's been a while since I played a Yakuza game. Ever since I finished 𝐢𝐽, I haven't picked up an— wait, actually. Is Black Friday sale done yet? Hold on, sorry. I don't think there was— oh, the autumn sale ends, yeah, a little bit later. A little bit later, as in like the next day after this. Hold on. There is some Yakuza games on sale, isn't there? Hold on, let me check it out because I need to see. I only got 𝐢𝐽, but I wanted to get 2. The thing is, I don't know. Might go on sale during Lunar New Year, so I might get it then. It is on sale. If not, around that time usually. There's always a seasonal sale. Because there is another RPG that I want to play that I have at the moment, and I really should probably play that. It's been in my Steam library for too long. Now that you've reminded me that I need to remember to buy Yakuza games. Also Metal Gear Solid. I know I just said immersion. Immersion, guys. Focus on the story, and then I immediately fucking trail off. About the Metal Gear ones. I need to search a bit more on that one, because I did have a whole stream session where I got told about which ones to buy and play, but I've already forgotten. I've written it down, but I don't know how much I wrote down exactly is the bad thing. Don't trust me. Oh, we'll see. I'm being reminded that I need to buy some games. I only bought a few games for now, but a lot of them I want to buy a bit later. As I mentioned, there is some games that I have at the moment that I want to stream still. Don't understand for now until we start talking about it. I say about the backs, unless unless I start talking about it, yeah. Explain about backlicking things, but we need to solve a murder. Yes, we should. Have it cool? That the collarbone? Collarbone. I mean, collarbone tattoos are also kind of hot. But not so as much. I can't deny, when I see a collarbone tattoo, I can't help but think about, like, you know, the actual bone there. Like, I feel like that just hurts. But apparently, though, it doesn't actually hurt that much. This is purely off my one friend with very high pain tolerance. She said that it didn't hurt as much in comparison to, like, other parts of her body. I was like, okay. Which says a lot, because if I remember correctly, that was her first tattoo. Her first ever tattoo was actually on her collarbone. That was wild. But no, like, the other side, like... wait, is that still the same as on the back? I don't know. Anatomy. Murder, murder, murder! Actually, there is one person. One person who can still testify about that autopsy. It would be ridiculous, there's no one left. Who, Rinosuke, who? Tell me. Kazuma? Please, this trial can't end! Not yet. Not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth.
person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify by autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zyke says, I am right to say Mikutaba, right? Like, he is the one that wrote the fucking autopsy. I'm gonna fact check myself is what I wanted to say, but I actually can't check it because we are currently... God damn it. There shouldn't be anyone else. Half of these people here aren't- well, I mean... We did have Vigil. We don't need to bring him to the stand again, though. This is the autopsy. Even in times like this, I get indecisive. What the fuck?
Heaven help us, another Japanese.
Because apparently for the British fucking judicial system to get its shit together, you need the Japanese. you guys, I mean, that does make sense though, because remember, other than the point that the two people that the Reaper needed to kill was in relation to the professor's like acquittal. It is interesting how it's two Englishmen, isn't it? That died. It's so funny that it's just, oh heavens! Oh heavens! Heavens help us! No, the Japanese. Careful there, sir. You're starting to sound like Van Zyke.
An expert in forensic science, medicine, sorry. My lord, Professor Yuji Mikutaba, 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Osogi as a visiting student.
What could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikutaba was the primary assistant during the autopsy. Question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. Report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikutaba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikutaba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something that something only he can tell us.
Unicorn. Of course you're gonna say no. Like the judge. He's the judge. How do you seat him? How do you get him away?
The defense's demand is denied.
What? Yeah, why are you surprised? Of course the Reaper's gonna be like, no, I'm not gonna let you accuse me.
Professor Mikutaba is in London at this very moment. We could summon him to the stand in minutes.
No, of course he's not going to agree to it.
Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Sorgi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange.
Kazuma, trick him!
I did, yes. To present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need the witness testimony.
Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Sorgi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father.
That was rude!
Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they'll be investigated in due course by the proper authority.
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼, you'll be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master 𝐢𝐧𝐼.
I cannot scream that. That's too loud. Shh. Oh, unicorn.
It'll be all like
Oh.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes?
There's no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You'll leave the courtroom at once.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jikoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say.
I've had so many like intense voices. I need to remember Shelm's goofy voice.
Lord Mel Strongheart.
It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And what would that be?
You need only recall on your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be. The shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can't it?
The whole truth has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar, that has emerged from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly say he doesn't sense the same? So, oh, that's what I didn't read that. Yeah, sense the same. What? The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right! We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is remanded in court. Ah, fuck. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law.
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Testify! Testify! Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Unicorn?
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff! Arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
Recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Mikuba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting at the antechamber as we speak. Do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikuba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you?
A dear fellow! No one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely.
I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Here go.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. Over. You have no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruto? Yes?
I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you.
Absolutely. It's still in my pocket.
She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ear is at your disposal. Just one tug, and if you please.
If you please. Of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand.
So that's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Part 2? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I could probably just leave this for tomorrow, but not with this kind of cliffhanger. Hell no. Also, if it goes on for too long, I won't be able to go overtime. So I can go overtime today. I may go crazy, but I can ball. It's fine. Oh! Why is she standing like that? It was quite the lineup, isn't it? Just inking the skin right, but also depends on the person. A lot of ink is like a tiny injection to your skin. I can like vaccine, but like not as deep. 3 at once and over and really fast. That's why I don't think I can handle it. I can't handle like prolonged pain. If it's like sudden shots of like pain, I'm fine with. But that's why when I thought about like, I think it's just more so like if you press on the bone, I can't help but think like that. Like I know that's not how the inking works, but like you still have to apply like there's still like a pressure that you're gonna feel from the inking, no? Like I'm touching I'm touching my fingers right now. Cause usually these are fine. It's more so hold on. Because if you try to pinch on like, you know, a more like meaty area, I guess. It's like short, but like there's like a you don't hit something as much. Okay, well I've never gotten tattoos, so I really can't say. But that makes sense, right? Like how I'm thinking it. Not how it is, but how I think it is. That I can't help but just think about the bone when you apply pressure. So that's why I think like the collarbone is like the one that you feel the most, honestly. Also, I guess like the back of the neck. In a way, following the spine, but more so the collarbone. That one's the skin there is thinner. When I say that I'm racist. I wonder if Van Zyke will get his redemption after this. Will he learn to trust another Japanese again? Well, I mean, okay, no, technically he does trust us because he made us his fucking defense lawyer. Will his deep hatred, will it finally be covered up if we figure out what the truth is? Well, that's assuming if the truth turns out okay anyways. Like it wasn't actually Kazuma's father. What if we find out fucking Strongheart was the one killing it, and so he pinned the blame on the fucking... on fucking, on Genshin. I mean, that's not completely off the mark. Almost done with the case, still a little go, but it's the final stretch. I'm excited! I can't wait! Because we're finally getting to the bottom, like, this very much screams, like, we're finally gonna talk about what happened 10 years ago. Like, this is gonna be, like, everything. But man...
I'm ready, but I'm also very scared.
Really regretting that I didn't buy any snacks for this. I really should. Actually, it's not that I have a snack, but I was given a snack. It's really sweet though. It's like a wafer. Oh, it's cheese though. I remember I was given a wafer like this, but it was like, what's some white chocolate? Like I know white chocolate is like, you know, a lot more sweet. It's either that or something else. It was painfully sweet. But I got given another roll cheese one, but this one is sweet. Expiry date next year. Oh my god, in January. Wait, no. It says 0201. Okay. Question. Based on how this is formatted, 2025-0201, is that not saying February? Usually if it's formatted like this, it's year, month, day, because... This seems to be, Okay, based on the characters, I can recognize this is Chinese. This is a Chinese snack. Does China format the date like this? Because I know Japan does it. I'm familiar with that. Oh, okay. I'll leave that there as like a... If I'm going crazy, I really need to eat. I need to chew something. Just get my mouth to shut up. Testify. One of those is not like the other. Pretending I'm not scared of cool needles. I don't mind needles. But I don't know, it's more so like, I don't mind the needles, but it's more so not the pain of like getting medical shots, but you know, the pain from tattoos specifically, because prolonged pain, I can't fathom that thought. Like I'm just not very good with pain. I have a very low tolerance. So I don't mind the shots to me. I'm very used to them. You're not sharing. Would you like one? Well, too bad. It was gifted to me, so I'm going to eat it. It'd be rude if I shared it, because it was given to me. Back off. And I can't even say it. I buy you guys the snack as well, because I don't know where they got this. I just get given snacks sometimes and I just eat it. there was like, you know those choco buns? There was like a brown sugar one that they gave me. It was so damn sweet. It was so painfully sweet. That was really good though. The way it's before expiry, yeah, that is the most important thing. Everybody else is weird like America. Yeah, that's the thing though. That's if the year is like at the end, you know? But because the year is at the start, we know that the only formatting that I've ever seen of the year being at the start is for it to be year, month, day. If the year is at the end, then you call to question on like, you know, how America does their thing, or like, I'm not too sure about other countries as well, what they follow. I'm trying to get used to the year one, I'll be honest, year first and then month. Because it helps organize my files a lot better. I've always been used to it the other way around, because that's the format we use here. But putting it in years first is so smart when it comes to organizing things. Wish I'd known it sooner. Maybe I'd be more organized. Have a better habit at organizing all my stuff.
You mean, didn't I type testifier correctly? Yeah, you did. Yeah, for all four of it, that definitely says testifier. Yeah. Imagine having the balls to say that out loud! Ah, that's good. Tattooing leaves a temporary scarring because each ink block for each ink block the skin leaves a hole. Needs to heal. Yeah, that's why you have to wrap it in a like a special like film, right? To like trick the skin into thinking that it'll like heal. It has the things it needs to heal properly. You may have to correct me on that one, but that's why there's a film over it. So the skin can heal, well, quotations heal, but not have to do like the whole scarring, the actual scarring thing, and then fucking up the design. I don't know, I've always wanted to get, there's an arm tattoo that I've always been wanting to get, but I'm just, guys, you know how indecisive I am. So having to think about a design, a pretty medium-sized design on like my arm, no less, a pretty visible one. If I'm not happy with it, I'm gonna be pretty annoyed. Because I know like over time, like how it looks on the first day versus like a year or 2 years in your tattoo, it changes. So I have to like really think about that as well. That's why I'm so indecisive. One day, guys, if I do ever get a tattoo, I'll be happy to show a photo of it. Because I think tattoo artists are sick as fuck. I think, well, the ones that, you know, do take it like seriously as like their own art, I think it's really cool. Because I know there's different types of artists out there. Maybe one day. Like my friend, she gets her tattoo artists to sometimes do it in their own style because she really appreciates how each of them has their own way of drawing up the designs. I think that's cool. That's why I really want to put that into consideration as well as like how I want the design to look on me. Maybe one day. Anyways, guys, the stream's gonna go on for longer than it should be because I'm going on a tangent. Shush, class, class of silence. If I had a unicorn gavel, dun 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 dun, silence.
So witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨, lecturer in forensics medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. That's the first most straightforward fucking straightforward like reply for like the witness thing. Usually they always just run off and say something extra or whatever. I'm so used to not having a proper answer. I'm sorry, Mikutama. I'm sorry, Professor. Oh, I forgot. I was at Gori. I'm sorry. I can't remember her fucking voice. We did see her in the last, not in the last investigation. Incorrect. In our last investigation. So in 𝐢𝐴 last investigation. Wait, would the dinner still be counted as like that is technically investigation in games terms, but that wasn't like an investigation. Technically. Whatever! Details, whatever. Point is, I don't remember her voice. I wanted to give her a creepy voice, but I'm just not very good at a creepy voice. How do you be creepy? It's because I don't play horror. I don't like horror. Professor Mikutama, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. The way she stares, it really sells that more, doesn't it?
He summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
It's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly whilst I was in the antechamber too.
Oh man, the idea of it's making me shudder.
Revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we?
Oh. Ministry of Justice? Questionable strings are being pulled, I think. Ah, unicorn.
I remember you, Dr. Mikhtaba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a while, Lord Strongheart. Prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners.
So you're present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zyks?
I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. This autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Oh, Mama, a secondary assistant. She wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zyke's autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would have revealed decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. The Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a
I'm so sorry.
It was as a result of the autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Unicorn?
Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on suspicion, I will expel you from my courtroom.
The supposition.
Remember that.
This is going to be a painful testimony because we have one side Gory's voice and the other side Van Zyke's voice. Oh no. The autopsy of Clint Van Zyke.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. That resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikhtaba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate this. Look at him. Disgusting.
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Sorgi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clearly at his wit's end.
Kick. I'm sorry.
The court will give no credence to this confession those uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zyke's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
Excuse me, I haven't cross-examined yet. She's staring at him again. Is she like fantasizing about him dying? And probably like being able to like, you know what, redacted, I shouldn't. I don't think I'm qualified to say anything more. She can, maybe not me.
If I may, my lord.
There's most certainly something questionable about it. The old truth does rather elude us, I feel.
Beg your pardon?
We're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died with enormous beasts when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
Curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zyke's, suffered a different fate.
Okay. Thinking. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
Unicorn.
That's enough! I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Nosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Corey's funny. Unicorn.
Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, would I hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end? Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Well, am I gonna lose like 10 points? Like I'll be -5? Oh my god. I should probably put it up here. Actually, I'll put it here. Oopsie. Potato, tomato, same. If you say so. No, I didn't get tattoos, Rip. I know what you mean, though. In our culture, which is very funny, because a lot of Vietnamese get tattoos, but it's very against to get tattoos because it says a lot of things about the person. I find very funny, but you know, I don't really give a shit. Needless to say, to me, tattoos is an art, so if someone is against it, I couldn't really give a fuck. Tattoos get faded out. Red and colorful tattoo fades. Yeah, I heard about that one too. They fade fast. Red ones, apparently, specifically. But colorful ones fade, yeah. The inks don't last as long. But they're also very pretty, like I can't deny it. Because I don't mind the fade.
It's more so when it bleeds out over time. So the lines start to get thicker, do I get worried? Because I prefer thin lines, but I also know that's not going to be very ideal. So I have to think about that. I don't mind about the color. If anything, it'll help with my horrible sense of time. When I look at a faded tattoo, I'll be like, oh yeah, it has been a while. If a tattoo still looks like really good after a while, then I'd be worried. I'd be like, oh fuck, how long has it been? Oh no. Also, it aging has like a it fading and aging out is kind of like, how would you say? Not touching, like there's like a I don't know. I don't know if I can make it make sense. It just says a lot about it, and I think it brings a lot more meaning to it. Teacher being weird again. So hi again, Leon. Losing some IQ each day. No! You gotta keep it intact! You need it for your writing. Anyone's losing IQ, it should be me. Keep your IQ! All of you guys keep your IQ because Miyuu's losing it this stream. Yeah, I'm waking up early tomorrow. I gotta wake up in like 5. Yeah, go sleep, dude! Go sleep, go sleep, go sleep. Good you were able to drop by, so make sure go sleep now. Doesn't matter how long I'm gonna be stuck streaming, okay? Let's just hope that when you wake up I'm not still streaming. That'd be very, very concerning. Surely I'll finish in time anyways. Shouldn't be another 5 hours. Could accidentally make it another 5 hours, but I shouldn't. Update 10 should be done in a few weeks. Ooh, exciting! If it's a few weeks, it's gonna be after Christmas, I'm assuming. Next Monday? Well, if you have time, man, don't push yourself too hard. Because it seems you're getting a good amount of it done, so... Assessment is coming up, so after that I have time. Oh! Soon! Oh, I forgot, yeah, December's still going with school. Good luck, by the way. Nearly there! To review the first book first. Man, I wish I was a fast reader enough to help. I'm too slow. So it doesn't help that my literacy levels are like at an all-time low. The only thing that I can help with is with drawing. Even then, I still find myself mid as fuck. The game isn't clicking back in, please. Okay. Kind of audience that reads dark shit. It's a very niche category. Like, I completely get it. Because personally, even a lot of the things I read isn't usually dark. But it's only when I'm in a very specific kind of mood can I like digest it. I don't know. But that might have to more do with the fact that my literacy is bad. So I don't comprehend a lot of things. Maybe one day. With time. What? With time. With time when I read through the book. Maybe I'll be enlightened.
Okay. Serious. You couldn't say. No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Oh. Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quiet, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikuruba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you?
I like how Kazuma's vendetta against Van Zyx is completely crumbled now. We didn't get an admission, but like it was enough for Kazuma to be like, what the fuck, it's you? I guess if Ryunosuke's like deduction did make enough sense, it would have. But he's also very emotional at the moment, we know this. So fucking funny.
Yeah, he's just normal. Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
All the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe? The throats were, well, mauled? Correct, and yet Lord Van Zyx was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zyx may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? Unicorn. That's what I'm scared of, because
I'm scared. I'm scared.
there's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. Evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Hold it!
You weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really.
I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but
I've read all the paperwork about the case. Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I don't know what to do with her voice.
I confirmed that myself at the time. It's true. Besides the stab wound, there was no other signs of internal trauma. Let's see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? Really like her design. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as it might slip over a finger perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
Oh my god, no, I didn't think it would come. Oh, fucking. Ah! No, 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 no.
Oh, this is gonna be a long case, isn't it? I mean, long end of the trial. Oh, fuck, it is a long case. It is a long case. We know this. This spanned over 2 chapters. Of course, it's a long case.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the 4th of or ring finger. Understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Of course, you can't fight them.
There's only one other person that has the fucking ring on him, but I don't know if it's related. It's not written fucking down anywhere, but I know that it exists. I don't know if it's the same ring, but it was so fucking obvious because it's so plain.
Nice. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What?
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Wait, you actually have it? Like, it was actually under lock and... Okay. That means I was going crazy.
Gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years.
Wait, no, wait, wait. No, I'm overthinking. Shut up. Miyuu says nothing.
I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Miklamar. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my? Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Unicorn. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
Oh, she's funny.
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Osogi's ring. A ring belonged to Genshin Osogi found in Lord Clint Van Zyke's stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch.
Why is that written down?
Fucking...
I was gonna say, I don't think this is a sort of ring that you see anywhere. I feel like this is the kind of ring that you actually see now. People that like when a lot of people wore like silver, when like accessorizing jewelry was like really what fashion like trendy style was it? like edgy, like a lot of silverware. I feel like you'd genuinely see this kind of like design now, especially if it's really bulky. So it's weird to see it here. Anyone ever made this ring in real life yet? Anyone made this copy of the ring? It'd probably be very trendy. If someone saw this design, it might sell well. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. Almost look like claws yeah, they almost look like claws protecting that jewel.
Must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed.
Hey, excuse me.
Hey!
Oh god. Quickly, to chat. Also need to do character designs. Why did you remind me? You just put that in the back burner. Just focus on what you can do at the moment. Character designs require a lot of work anyways. Because you'd have to go through the whole revision process and like getting like a lot of inspiration, and it's really hard to find shit anymore because of artificial intelligence. So yeah, you can honestly put that in the back burner, man. But if you're really passionate about it, I'm sure that your creative drive will make you get out designs along the way. Delayed next December, bro. No! It'll be a very, very long wait, but I'd sit patiently. I'd sit patiently and eagerly for it. No, fashion looks like in BR. Yeah, I'm curious about that because I know that with each planet, you know, there's a different kind of like style. Or it reminds me with Chino? Oh, wait, wait, the Genshin character? Or someone else? Just suit and sometimes casual wear. Like science coat. Good for Homeworld, Firebird on 3 other planets, so yeah, that's why I feel like you can put it in the back burner, because you'd have to do a lot of like you gotta do it's like mood boarding essentially. You gotta do a lot of mood boarding for it. Why I feel like I'm not very good at designing. Like designing is not my strong suit at all because I just don't mood board. It's not really my thing. Like it's really good to mood board, but it's not something that I just do naturally. Like I have to put a lot of effort into like thinking about how design will like turn out. So it's kind of hard for me to do it. Anyone ever read Land of Lustrous? I have! I haven't read the full thing, but like years ago, I did read the manga. I believe I read the manga after when the anime came out. So when the anime had like yeah. When the anime came out, I was really interested in it, so I ended up just reading a good amount of the manga. And needless to say, I had to stop catching up on it because holy fucking shit, it got intense. Like I was okay with it because it was actually really interesting. Like I really, really enjoyed it, but it was just I guess I was at a point in my life where I couldn't handle that kind of thing, because if I kept reading it I feel like it would have been a very, very bad mindset. Like it was pretty dangerous. But I don't deny that everything about it was very, very interesting. And with that in mind, Foss is really pretty. Very, very, very pretty. I love Land of Lustrous. I'm actually sad that I was able to like pull through and finish it. Like that's how I feel about it. But like I just don't think I could continue it, even though I was really interested in it.
You okay? I'm assuming I was making weird noises back then. the time that you said that, I was making weird noise. Needless to say, I'm probably not gonna be fine during the rest of the stream since we are at the like home stretch.
But don't worry, I'm doing fantastic. It's fantastic. I can get it.
I'm so good, bro. Recommend reading it opposed to watching it since the anime list finished. Oh, it isn't finished, not list. Isn't finished. I feel like it depends on what side of the story that you're more interested in. I feel like if you're not really committed to like going through with the Land of Lustrous, which I'm just gonna say now is really unfortunate, but I also understand it because it is quite heavy. It's probably, I feel like it's okay to just watch the anime because the anime is really pretty. Personally, I think. I know that they had an interesting direction for how they made the anime, but I don't know, I found it really pretty when I first watched it. But I agree that reading it is a lot better if you're really interested on the themes. That's just my personal takeaways. Because I kind of know, I'm someone that's very much, ooh, pretty! My eyes see pretty, I like pretty. So, recommending the anime is like, oh, choosing to watch the anime like over actually reading through the full thing. I wouldn't be against people choosing that. Who knows? Maybe if you guys ever choose to watch the anime, you might be in like the same pipeline as me, because when you pick up the anime, Jesus fucking Christ. It really set me down the hole when I started the manga. Oh my god. Probably in Hot Topic, yeah, actually. So we're talking about the rings, but yeah. I forget Hot Topic exists because we don't have that here. I wonder if I did have a Hot Topic nearby. Would I have been that kind of person? Probably not. I didn't shop very often. Very unassuming ring, but I feel like there's a mechanism to it if that's the case. What are the chances they have a mechanism in this? Is that why it's so chunky? I enjoy a scene in the novel, but it's fucking hard. To be fair, like, scenic kind of drawings are quite difficult as it is. If you're really like, if you know how to do compositions and like, yeah, but that, no matter what kind of artist you are, you gotta learn composition, and that's kind of hard if you don't practice. Like, don't worry. Details on clothes and stuff for characters. Yeah, that is a good idea. Just don't point like any ideas or like the vibes that you get whilst you're writing out everything. But with that in mind, I'm saying this again, if you ever have a character design, I'd be excited to draw it. The Genshin character, yeah! She kinda does, huh? Go with... It's just the white hair, pale skin though, to be fair. Don't accidentally present, I forgot, I'm not in the thing. Have I pressed the statement yet? No. Oh yeah, it's because I wanted to look at the ring. What am I doing? What am I doing? YouTube channel showing how she made some of her art. That's too fast for me to catch up. Oh? Is that the channel? I would have to search it up. Oh my god, that art is pretty. How have I never seen the art before? Yo, their compositions are pretty. Interesting how they don't draw eyes. I think that's really cool. Well, for the scenes, anyways. Wow. Thank you for telling me. This stuff is really cool. Like Genshin stuff mostly. Does she have a? No, it's only just a. It's only the YouTube channel. They don't have any other social media. I was trying to think of the word. Oh, that's interesting. Might check them out in detail more later. Cool. Oopsie. I had to click back into the game. These fat claws are doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of his ring.
Yes, if you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think.
Ow! My finger's bleeding. Claws really are sharp.
My? Was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruto, even for you.
Would make such a dangerous ring. Couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun of about that size will go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. What is that implying? Okay, there's no mechanism, but, you know, alas, that was all that we could... Sweet mochi... Why was that red? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Let's just press this one.
That was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Isugi's arrest.
Correct. After further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie. My father was no killer.
Kazuma is, like... What's the word? Excuse me. Lashing out a lot, isn't he?
Brockman Zykes, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes.
Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
That's everything, is it? Oh, Father, you look so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh?
I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure.
Wonder if he's had suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any traces of doubt.
We could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence is true.
Can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruto. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
Can I press everything again, just in case? Because I'm very uncertain what's going on. That ring didn't really give me a lot of help.
Hold it!
Found a little strange. Lol. That's the art style I want for my novel. Ooh. I can see it. Maybe she is from her religion. That's why she didn't draw eyes.
Okay. Oopsie.
Hold it!
I'm trying to just press through it.
Well, oh!
Yeah, there you go. See, it's updated now.
I follow Instagram. She has a Twitter too. Oh, okay. Good, good, good. Because it wasn't listed on her YouTube channel, so I was worried. I was confused. But I feel like if I just searched up the username, would have come up. Yeah, would have come up.
Going to sleep now. Take care, Apollo. Good night. Thanks for dropping by the stream. Get some good rest, okay? You have a busy day ahead of you, so get as much sleep as you can, alright? We'll see you. Progress audio of what I finished with the with on update 10. I estimate on how much longer. Don't worry, man. Just focus on sleeping. but I look forward to it.
By beautiful and dangerous evidence, you mean this large ring, obviously.
That's right. Pulled from the victim's stomach once it had been sliced open nicely.
It was my brother's final move before he perished. An ingenious one to leave us a clue by which to identify his killer. Must have ripped the ring from Genshin's finger with his teeth before swallowing it to keep it from being retrieved. That was the prevailing hypothesis at the time.
But with his teeth?
By his arrest, Genshin Asogi's ring finger on his left hand was found to be badly wounded, evidence of my brother's final struggle against the man.
All for this ring? I was about to click it as evidence by accident. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I do that. What does that mean? We got the updated test method, but it doesn't...
Hold it!
Is this updated? No, this wouldn't have been updated because we got the evidence on... Can I press the statement again? Ah! Fuck, I clicked too fast. My history!
Hold it!
Yeah, okay. Is it the last statement then? Van Zyke's statement? Because it's very sharp though. How did he... But that's what we say, but then we know that this happened 10 years ago, so wouldn't they have figured this out? Nasty scratch? Like, put it there? Like, he wouldn't have been able to swallow it. Yeah, it's dangerous. That was... Is there anything about this that doesn't make sense? We need to check his autopsy. What does the autopsy say again? Observations: death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds indicative of a duel. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. No internal trauma noted anywhere. No internal trauma noted anywhere in the body. No internal trauma. No internal trauma. What am I supposed to present here? Because my line of thought is, what you should present the ring to be like, a little bit dangerous. And then if they... That... autopsy report not being fabricated.
Other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Wait, so then shouldn't I present this with the ring?
How is there no internal injuries if this is sharp?
This might be wrong.
Objection!
Word is heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor 𝐢𝐴𝐺? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. 𝐢𝐳𝐺. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? There's evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
What am I presenting? Because like what I presented doesn't. But I mentioned the What line of logic are we speaking with, Inosuke? Like, is there different ways to clear this one? Like, I know for some of them they do that, but I never know which one it is. Unless I go through the walkthrough, obviously. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure you intend to prove your point. Well, that's kind of the point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, our sharp claws around the gemstone contend with. My brother was a determined man. That's actually really cute. You know what? That's actually really cute. He was like, no! My brother's... He's just cool like that. He can do it. Oh, okay. Vanzax isn't the only emotional one. Two men thinking about their family, of course. Can't go against that one. My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death, even more so, I am sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. If he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. Oh, sorry. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Why didn't you say something at the time? I did. Still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Oh. Look at this! It's a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, 𝐢𝐴𝐺? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, should you expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least? Dr. 𝐢𝐴𝐺, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. Oh, I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. Disappointed, counsel. The argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority. I really fucking can't. Leading authority on forensic science and autopsy report. Work. Autopsy. The report just follows along very, very naturally. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Find the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope. Recently, I can't fucking. Oh my god. Creepy. Recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one the government can pay.
I don't think so, Dr. Corey. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We open up the dead to find the truth.
Beg your pardon?
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpse up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Corey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Oh, why?
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before.
Oh no 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 because oh no oh no oh no oh no. If it's what I think it is, I swear to God, I'm not gonna say it because I'm too embarrassed.
About a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What?
My father saved your life?
Don't show me this cutscene. Please don't show it to me. Please don't. Please, please don't. Oh no!
Next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street.
Bleh.
Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me, but now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack, and in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Oh no!
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass. Kazuma? Open your eyes! Inosuke?
You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. At the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face! As if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blinded to the blatant contradiction that would be born of it.
What?
That's extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would 𝐢𝐧𝐼 not have disputed the findings in his trial?
It's happening. There's also the fact that 𝐢𝐧𝐼 was like, was it 𝐢𝐧𝐼? It was like, I'm pretty sure he would have been the professor. Who was it that said that was confident that he was a professor? How many people said that? Fuck. Something Clint, something Genshin, something international incident.
In a closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Is that right, Lord Van Dykes? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
There's also the fact that he resurrected. Well, the second coming of Jesus Christ. You know, when he came back alive from the grave, there's something. I fucking fear.
But then... Oh my... It's very strange. If Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐼 did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
Obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor 𝐢𝐧𝐼. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
Unicorn.
Injured 𝐢𝐧𝐼's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There's no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
This is pretty rough. If that autopsy was all above board. All above board.
There'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
My god, I wonder whose voice that is. Kazuma! Wow.
Passion. Thank you, 𝐢𝐧𝐼. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
Beg your pardon?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death?
But he wasn't sent to death though. I forgot you had this pose.
The autopsy... Sorry, imagine... The autopsy results when... invention? There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Oh, those results were an invention, alright? There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievance I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruto. I can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. Reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Unicorn.
Enough rhetoric, the court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
Apparently Mr. Soga described it as the only weapon I have left. Is that it? It's either this or there's something else that I have that I overlooked. We don't have any. Karama! I guess it could also be this. With my line of thinking anyways, that is... His silence... Wait. If he chooses not to say anything during... Okay, even if he knew that he was going to be free, how does that work? Well, at least he could come out of it alive. What does that mean? He still weren't a real will though. Worst case scenario, with how bad your situation was, you'd have to. My brother was the throat goat. That is the worst sentence ever. Throat goat is crazy. Oh, that's really funny though. I hope I never hear that sentence ever again in my life. It's so funny though that he was so like, but my brother could do it. You don't know how he was. Only I do. Is that hi again, Kay? I remember correctly you dropped by earlier, right? My memory is already starting to regress as I'm going through the trial. Okay, well, if it's not this, I'll try and present the thing. Not that I particularly understand it, though.
Take that!
Yeah, it's not this one. Oh, thank you. Thank you for just being straightforward about it. I'm tired of being tricked. With an explanation as to why. No, let's just get this over with. The evidence he used to convict was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? For me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So for If we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence.
And perhaps you're saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Oh, so if he doesn't say anything, but he gets. Oh.
Does that make sense? Like the whole jailbreak thing?
That's the only thing mentioning the jailbreak anyways, well, to him still being alive despite the silence. Well, if it's wrong, it's wrong.
Take that!
It's true that Genjin Sogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. Must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I've here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working the prison at the time. The notes read the indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Sogi and the British government.
This is where I get really scared. This. Oh my god! 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 That fucking ring is gonna be the plague of me, bro.
Did I say this? Suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Sogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, but that sort of I've searched this up before. Clandestine. Clandestine. I already forgot how to pronounce it. Clandestine. Clandestine. Good job, buddy. Clandestine agreement in place. I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I'll go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Sogi can be explained in no other way.
Unicorn!
Order? First fabricated evidence and now jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. Prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People could testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago.
Governor Kaiden? The poor chief warder of the prison.
We would allow the struggle to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-patted at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment?
God, he's fucking wreaking havoc. Sholmes.
Oh Lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Hi, Unicorn.
Very well, I'll bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
It's gonna be a long trial. It's gonna be a long trial. Oh my god.
And he's back, and he's still here. Yes, you were. Okay, that was a mistake.
I shouldn't be forgetting this easily, but I can't. This is just how my brain works, but I'm glad. It was nice to see you stop by again. Also, Penta, I just noticed that you had to leave. Take care. We'll see you. I guess gonna be pancake after this. I know! The poor thing isn't even gonna have a fucking head anymore. Like, his cane is gonna be turned into a fucking spatula. Give justice, Mike. You know what justice? You know what justice that we need in this courtroom? To that fucking unicorn. That unicorn, more than anyone else in this courtroom, needs its justice.
Will the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please?
Oh, I forgot you have an accent. Just realized I really like the color of his tie. Never really looked at it before. I was too hung up on his accent. He doesn't have a voice, by the way. I'm just gonna have to bore with his accent. I, Barry Kaiden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to pass by as your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon, of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here in court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
Losh, the professor? We've already been through all this before a decade ago.
The conclusion?
Genuine question. What accent am I supposed to search up for him? I just need to listen to it and then I should be able to pronounce some of the words because I can't for the life of me do it.
Was there anything, untoward happened?
Convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Other way you'd call nothing untoward.
Oh well.
Convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed. He escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity had never been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Kaiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. It turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Sorgi out of your prison, and of course, the consequences would be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Guys! Hold on there, laddie.
Unicorn? Witness, Governor Kaiden.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated, therefore, think carefully before you speak. Prosecutor Sorgi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court! My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you are both involved in some way. So you testify before the court now and explain what exactly took place. Go on. Very well, let the witness give the formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break us all out of Barclay 10 years ago.
I believe. Scottish. Is that how they write it out for the Scottish accent? I've never actually tried to, like... I've never seen, actually, how Scottish, like, accents get written out. No wonder I got confused. I still can't remember what a Scottish accent sounds like, though. Hold on. I gotta channel my inner Scottish. Not there, but you gotta channel it. That's the point. I'll do a Maya channeling. Spirit channeling. Ah! Wait, hold on. I should write thick Scottish accent. I guess 10 years ago with 4 million views. What the fuck? Oh, so wait, hold on, let me jailbreak plot. Let me do the music play so then you guys have something to listen to while I listen to this. That is not in my voice. I speak too much to the front of my mouth. It's not like I'm gonna actually do a Scottish accent. It's like I still want it in my head so that I can like portray him properly. Not that you guys would notice, but like in my head, it's important to me. For me. I've listened to 2 minutes of Scottish. Thick Scottish accent. Okay, it was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive. Okay, I'm clicking into the game. I got confused. Directive came from the prosecutor's office. Assign the convict, the chief warder vigil here, and put the plan to action behind the scenes. Not gonna lie, I feel like I would give him the Gregson voice, but like I probably one shouldn't do the Gregson voice because I can't do that naturally anyways, and two, my voice keeps fluctuating because of fucking Shockhart anyways, and everyone else in this jam room anyways. So I should probably not do it. But if I had to say, I'd give him similar to the Gregson voice that I was able to do earlier.
I was responsible for Sorgi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
His ring looks normal. It's not his ring. Okay. I'm being skeptical.
Good to know, good to know.
Very damning that you both have fucking red rings though, isn't it?
Did I ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office, while I was carrying out my duty for Her Majesty's great British Empire?
Wow, that was short.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? They're saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye,
that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
Then I can that.
You're saying you don't know? Listen, there was nothing about that Professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. Didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I can tell ya.
But I tell ya.
I see. But the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. Then one thing is very clear. I suspected there were...
Clint! I literally just searched it up. Clint! One of these days, bro. It's fine. It all comes to my head. And Destin. Destiny! The gay...
Clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Sorgi and that office. Oh, I should... The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Sorgi admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
Hey, unicorn.
The counsel is nothing more than speculation on your part. So let me ask the defense.
Yes, my lord.
Well, see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. You intend to assert your right to cross-examination?
Of course.
Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious.
Unicorn.
Very well, proceed, counsel.
End the game, don't worry. Oh my god, we're nearly there. Don't hurt your voice over it. It's okay. I'm surprised that I haven't actually gotten, like, worse yet. Especially with fucking Strongheart's voice. I feel like it could be worse. I had a bit on one of my streams where I just absolutely ruined it. Also the fact that I was napping, like, before the stream, so my voice was like... Actually, maybe it's because I napped before stream, so my voice was actually... kind of croaky anyways. It was kind of deep. Deeper than usual. Usually I'm very high strung. That's why I couldn't do can't do the voices usually for like a certain amount of time. But it's okay for now. But don't worry, if it does come to a point where it hurts too much, I will stop.
Hold it!
You say you don't know who actually issued the directive.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But it was from the prosecutor's office that narrows down who could have issued it right away.
Right away? Straight away.
But it wasn't me. Can I even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office?
What?
No telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from high up the ladder. Basically. I can't give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
Like those on the ground, as it were, I don't know, bother with idle speculation. We should just get the job done.
Hold it!
So Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Oh, this is rough.
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Oh, so sad.
Right then, who else did know about the plan? The first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But when be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved. Aye, that's right. All I can tell ya is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens?
Or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Ah, why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
No, it really is unfortunate that he got roped up in all of this. He's just a good, law-abiding citizen. He just wants to make his family happy. Come on, have a streak of some, I don't know, bad, because, like, come on, man.
Hold it!
I just feel bad at this point.
Did you notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. That man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. Fellow was surprising dollars for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Me, the chief warder, was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Feel bad there, mate.
Oh, Vigil, I can't apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Yeah, drill it into him. Fucking tell him. Your life was ruined for the past 10 years. That's a lot of fucking time. You tell him.
What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden?
Why he's leaned over there?
Hold it!
You've already acknowledged the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. Its own explanation. Why are you so gloomy there, buddy? Why is your eyes closed? Usually you're staring.
meditating? Because you don't have anything to say? Why are you gloomy over there? Were you always in that pose while we were looking away? Oh, well, be that as it may, I don't know, can... Nothing about it! But it... Witness stand is no place for telling. Oh, what? Yeah, don't know for sure. Can that much I do. Reckon that much. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. Man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it, that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Oh!
Hold it!
Carry out the plan in its entirety. I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Sogi was shot dead in 𝐢𝐧𝐼 Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to getting the jock out of the jail, nothing more. Can't tell you anything about what happened after that, only. Personally, I believe his death was the last.
What does this all mean?
Part of the plan. I'm gonna press you later. What? Aye, it were a rum do. No doubt about it. But you have to mind, there were special circumstances as to protect the British justice system. That's just how the execution ought to happen, I think. You're saying that Mr. Sogi's murder in 𝐢𝐧𝐼 Cemetery was his capital punishment? You realize Mr. Vigil tried to take his own life as a result. Oh. Oh. Aye, well, that's another story. Where was it? I shot my father in the cemetery that night. Answer that question. However it happened, the convict's life was destined to end that night. The moment the execution order was signed, his fate was sealed. God went up to see the identity of the individual who carried out the order. So Zogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured that he'd be broken out of prison later.
And we don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations.
Perhaps something compelled him to agree?
What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man. And to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice.
Can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up.
Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo.
No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet.
Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem.
I'm tripping up for real. I'm tripping up for real. Salute 07, soldier! Press on!
Hold it! What does this all mean?
Oopsie. Too fast.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? What? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying, it seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Sogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well,
It just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to his crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the...
I can say this. No, I can't.
Hold on.
Chicaneries.
All the chicaneries of an escape?
Yes, that's quite true.
If you ever negotiated with us all, you never intended to keep the end of the bargain. It would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, beyond the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Hayden, Governor.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiations behind the jailbreak between Ozori and a body at the top, doesn't it quite add up, does it?
Governor Gaiden must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Okay, sorry, I'll go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
What? Admitting to the crimes. That was what he had to bargain with, surely.
Can I see that myself? After all, did the prosecution have conclusive evidence against the 𝐢𝐲? This, you mean?
Discovered during the final victim's autopsy.
There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Yeah.
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't yet establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm saying is... The convict had nothing he could have used for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
Yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate.
Hold it!
I wasn't meant to press. Oh.
Objection!
I'm thinking. This is where I finally present this. But this doesn't make sense. Doesn't give anything, so it's something else. all we have. We don't have much about the trial from all that time ago. I love that we still have this. Look at him when he was happy. Man's never gonna be happy again. I feel so bad. Bargaining. What's with that negotiation? That doesn't make sense. Bargaining for him to get out, but he would have been. Why is this just straightforward to present the will? Can't think of anything else here that's in relation to. Oh my god, wait, I just remember reading this. The will. We have the will, but like, we know that we heard it from fucking Vigil, but we need to make sure we shut up about it. Is it gonna accidentally leak here? We accidentally leak who our informant was? I feel so bad. He's already gone through so much and I accidentally just snitch him out. Well, I guess if I lose a point, I lose a point. I don't know though. I really don't know.
Objection!
Is it?
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Commissioner 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyways. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that.
Which means that Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐼 must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Avis? Feel like I possibly have anything like that?
But you know that he did, Governor. Your 𝐢𝐧𝐼 papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genjin 𝐢𝐧𝐼.
Ah!
Turns out Mr. 𝐢𝐧𝐼 was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay before a vigil caught him with it one day.
Oh, you snitched him out! No! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just fucking mentioned it too. No, don't kill him! Look at him, poor Vigil!
It's going to tell you your way right. Did I tell you not to get? Did I tell you how to keep that a secret?
You ruined his life. I forgot. Give him the chance to fucking
Snitch. You're such an asshole, dude. Look at him, the poor thing. Yeah, you can't touch me now. Ah! The last time this happened was with Gregson. Gregson and one of the rubber guys. What his name? The rubber guy from the last game. This happens at the end of every trial, it seems. Ending trial seems to have one guy just like shaking a poor man until he fucking passes out.
Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell. Mr. Sogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. The weapon? After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. Or the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that was just that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the 𝐢𝐧𝐼r𝐵 papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find out at all costs, didn't you? Yes. Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called 𝐢𝐧𝐼r𝐵 papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
James, what the blazes are you blethering about? Ow, my fucking ankle. What the hell? Not too sure. I'm not even in a weird sitting position, it just acted up. That's a bad sign. I'm aging, oh my god. I'm aging, you know you're aging if a sudden like body part of yours just like crumbles. But the will was found right and proper. Oh. For the cell where I said it would be.
Oh. How can that be? We're in a cell. We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Ah! Why did I do a proper job, eh? A peely wally galoot.
Yeah, you gotta criticize me now.
What the fuck is this show? I showed her for, did I know? Your lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and it reads, Last Will and Testament of Genshin Ōsōgi.
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Ōsōgi described this document as the only weapon he had left, and yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
You suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay prison all these years is actually a fake?
It's clearly been demonstrated already. What went on in Barclay prison was far from above board.
Unicorn. The last vilification by their fans was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. Man could quite easily be lying, at the very least, sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called 𝐢𝐧𝐼r𝐵 papers.
A waste of time if the will was fake. Where's the real document?
I'm sorry. Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life.
Yep.
Drill it in, boys. Now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
I feel like Parkway Prison is hiding something. It's clear the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and something, I didn't read that fast enough, obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you say? Fi. Testify. Test. Try must go on, the man's voice must be heard. We're gonna call. It seems that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Did the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament?
Yes, sir, my lord. You know, the real MVP of this entire fucking case is without a doubt Vigil. I stand by this. That man is a fucking trooper, dude. That fucking trooper meme. Not trooper meme. The one with the guy's face at war. He gives me that. It's all your papers. Is the warder responsible for condemned convicts? I indebted to Mr. Sogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. We found out about those Sogi papers when a directive came to me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in a cell, a kimono I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all of his clothes. It can't be true. You're not satisfied calling me a liar, the ones, eh? Yo wee waffinger. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore.
What is he? He's throwing himself around. What's happening with his tie? He's really good at miming, though. Look at him.
And then the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it?
He's so funny. Mitchell is so funny.
Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you going to...
You just kidding, he's going faster. Probably my favorite, like, double witness. Let's see. A little and large. What a double act.
We comply with the Sogi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. It's good to see the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. You cannot deny that handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really?
Well, who else could have written Japanese, to be fair? Well, in the cell anyways. Because once again, it would have been an international incident, another international incident, if there was someone else that could have done Japanese brushwork in the fucking prison.
Pointers.
This last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? Then we could safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh.
Get a con.
The counsel for the defense of cross-examination, please.
What the fuck? Third time today? Oh my god. Maybe third time's a charm. Maybe this will be it. It was so long ago since I last did this, bro. Why now all of a sudden? This is such a bad sign. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god. Yes, my lord.
So would that mean that you converse with Mr. Sogi?
Yes, certainly. There was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, it really didn't strike me one as a man with, as a man capable of mass murder.
Mass murderers? What the hell?
yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. It was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
What about the will you saw with him? You saw him with?
What can you tell us about that?
I wish I could.
It's the beginning of all the drama, I remember very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, did he?
Yes, that's right.
Like the Bampot, yeah. Did I tell me? A blamed breach of trust that was.
I'd say that the man had such a noble spirit, I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convent had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. As the prosecutor's office, under supervision of the relevant authorities, I personally instructed Asogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah.
Curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Well,
The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
is the governor gonna be expected to get the inner workings of the prosecutor's office?
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you could shed some light on the matter?
The man sheds nothing.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. Would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it, is that right? Yes. When I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "And can I have disappeared completely in my face?"
It's so funny watching this. I love that they keep the cravat like that too. They try to do like a second animation for it. They just made it. If you keep it like this, it's goofier.
No, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
The governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruto.
Point is, it's clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right.
I'm slowly getting hungry. Is this the point where his family's whip out the snack? I don't know if it's gonna help me there. Where did it go? I don't know if I already lost it. What the hell? Alright. Taste test. I'm pretty sure I've eaten this one before, but I just can't remember. I remember eating something like this and it was sweet. I know it's cheese, but it's sweet. Alright. I'll mute after the first crunch, but ASMR and taste test.
I don't know if I said this before, but I'm not really a cheese fan. Like, I don't hate all cheese, but it's just very much that kind of thing that I'd usually avoid. Like, if I were dying and I have to eat cheese to stay alive, I'd be okay with it. Sorry, for me. Let me at least eat through this. Anyone curious? It's Nabati rolls. 3 cheese. That's what this is. I'm actually curious now. Do they have other flavors? Nabati rolls. No, they only have the cheese one and the chocolate one. I don't think I ate a chocolate one. If I ate a chocolate one, I would have liked it. It's just one of those savory snacks. Yeah, it's very, like it's nice, but I wouldn't eat it again. But I can't deny, looking at it, like the more photos that I look at it, especially because I can see like it in Vietnamese as well, it's very much one of those snacks that you just like see out in randomly. Like, you know how like during Halloween or something as a kid, like out of when you go to grab like candy from a bowl or something, there's like some candy in there that's just you just they're just there because they're cheap, or like they're easy to like get or throw in amongst the mix. It gives me that kind of energy. Because I don't remember seeing these in Vietnam either. It looks like very much a snack that you just kind of grow up with. Wait! They also have a... What is that? Can't read it! It's in purple! Is it either sweet potato or 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨? I think it's sweet potato. Oh my god, now there's Korean text. Korean? Eh? That looks like sweet potato. That one actually looks kind of yummy. I want to try that. Oh, it's Korean. Korean guma flavor. Rasorori guma Korea. Huh? Baked Korean sweet potatoes. I don't know why this is sending me to a rabbit hole. Hold on. Goguma. Korean goguma flavored. No, but that actually looks really nice though. I think it's because the inside is like coated in... It's either white chocolate or like something else. The ingredients listed? I'm actually curious about this one. This one actually looks really yummy. I like sweet potatoes now. They'll give you bubble guts. They look kind of toxic. I wonder if it's just because of the yellow packaging, to be fair.
But even the rolls itself look kind of. It's okay. I guess if anyone's like used to eating cheese, it would be like a snack to have. But if I ever see the fucking Goguma flavors in person, you bet your ass I'm gonna buy it. If one day I'm just gonna post like a review on Twitter, like, guys, this kind of bomb, or like, this is kind of ass, like randomly out of the blue one day. It's because I was able to find it on the market or something. I'm very curious about it because it actually looks nice. For someone, I think it's because, okay, ube flavor is really nice. And then also sweet potato, but usually they're not in purple. They're in different color. But it's, you know, I said this earlier in the stream, but for someone that has like such a vendetta against the color purple, I sure do like don't mind eating purple colored food. Like turtle milk tea is also really nice to drink. I love turtle. I don't like having these realizations about myself. We're in the middle of a trial. Oh my god. Okay. Back in the game. Back in the game. I have to click back in.
Pretty impossible to find, that's right. And then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murder had risen from the dead.
What? You mean the article based on Mr. Drebble's experience in Logate Cemetery?
Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read the news, I was summoned to the governor's office, and that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Asogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
I feel bad, you fuck.
I got out of the prison, I had no choice. Could I have done nothing, done anything about it, anything else. Blah, 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 blah.
Hold it!
That directive came from the same source as the one instructing you for about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I can't R4. I did it at K4 and I did it at K now.
Damn it.
I can tell you some orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. Director said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's case itself.
Yeah, I'm actually going crazy.
Document?
Was that the wording? Document, not will? That's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here?
I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asogi's last will and testament the sender of the directive was after.
Fucking love taro milk, bubble tea.
It is so good, isn't it? I love it. I miss it a lot, actually. I want to drink it again.
There was one spot that we always used to go to when like a milk tea store like finally opened up around my area. Well, not my area. An hour away area, because I live away. I live quite far away from big cities. I'm trying to remember. That was when I most frequently drank taro. When was the last time I actually drank taro? I want to say last year, but it doesn't feel like it. Like, that could be me misremembering. It might have been like year before that. It's been a long time. I should buy myself taro milk tea. Now that we're talking about this, I have a craving now. Good shit. Good taste.
Do you with testimony then witness?
Hold it!
Mr. Sogi's kimono.
Excuse me.
The one he'd brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right, it was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword.
This sword? Karuma, famous sword of the 𝐢𝐧𝐼 clan. There's the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forgetting it being the soul of the clan, could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful signs?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. You could have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
I wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mitama was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
Suzuri inkstone, blank sumi ink, and some Hanashi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. I was sorry to say, the letters just look like
Is that right?
God love you, Vigil.
It's never gonna be the other way around, is it? I'm glad that it's Vigil, like... pestering kind. Like, it only makes sense because Vigil had his own, like, testimony, so... We've already got most out of him, so if anything, he's just the bystander here to... harass the guy. Get your revenge, baby!
The letters just look like a square mass of jet black earthworms to me. My father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black color of sumi ink to be very soothing.
Sure, that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes.
And yeah, that's the document that was found in the fellow's kimono. By the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated in gentlemanly fashion until the end. He was carelessly betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. Yes, the gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming.
You're so petty! So cute.
Testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. Wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon.
Starting to sound very much like Mr. Sogi actually had nothing.
The plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's an explanation that makes sense.
It's starting to sound like Mr. Sogi might have had something.
Which is it, Mr. Naruto?
I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all of this.
Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can overlook even the smallest detail.
Telling you to press the game, press your things again.
Hold it!
Okay, I'm here for dialogue, don't worry.
Is that right? Excuse me.
You feeling faint, Mr. Vigil?
Mr. Vigil! It was Scarlet, sir! Oh.
What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful.
Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance?
Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not.
I love that Kaiden is saluting right now, I think. Pretty sure that's the pose he's in right now, based on his arms.
I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid.
My lord! The defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possible or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil.
Yes, it was Scarlet. I remember the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Huh? Perhaps, you say?
Yes, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course.
But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking there was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness, is that really what you saw? What? Sir?
Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart? Scarlet means something to you. Oh, unicorn.
I apologize, continue.
Do you make of that, Mr. Naruto? Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way.
Oh, did I ever? You can barely see the writing here. It's as black as the Earl's Earl's waistcoat.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Sawyer was holding that night?
Oh, well, no, I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back.
It was definitely a will, was it?
Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
Go need further time. No waste. Why didn't I read that? Need waste no further time on this matter.
Leave the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. Did Mr. Vigil really see Kazuma's father holding, I wonder?
An inkling, Mr. Naruto. You must present it to the court at once.
What do I present? Because we know that in the autopsy report he had scarlet ink, but they couldn't find what the ink was, so how does that say anything? Could I present it to be like, no, you were right, apparently. It could have been the scarlet ink. But what we're trying to find is what was the scarlet ink, no? Not that we have anything. Wait, this case started with red and now it's leading back to red? This was all planned? This could be wrong because I don't know what exactly I'm supposed to be presenting about this.
Objection!
Or I could be wrong for thinking that that was wrong. That is also something else.
Scarlet colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? How is it again? You have no evidence to say that?
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains are noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
Miyuu brain cell really is all gone. Of course it is. Look how long the stream's been going on for. If I was sane up until this point, wouldn't that be considered more worrying? Unless you just be built different, then maybe that would be a skill issue.
Oh, so I was visual. Scarlet ink?
I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and audacious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Council?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
remember something troubling me at the time. The scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punchy.
I can't say that.
Alright. Ilias. Hold on. Ilias. What did I say like this? Ilias. Oh, Ilias.
Yes. They call me out about saying skill issue. Yeah, because I can read you like a book. I'll say it first. I'll save you the fucking breath. Don't worry. It's right. But it could be. That's the only time that I can understand it would be a skill issue. Every other time? No. I deny.
No document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found.
Why did the click? Oh, because I was outside the window. Hey, hey, hey.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zyks was writing moments before his death? That it was. Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed. It can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil, sir, when he spotted Mr. Sorgi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
What's on that paper?
Rice will or testimony. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A last will and testament. Ah. The conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says. And what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Sorgi said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the conflict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Sorgi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zyks. No. What?
Objection!
Okay, hold on, my chair. You forget to drink some water too, okay? Noted. However, I am nearly out of water, but I feel like I'm at the home stretch, so maybe I can keep going. But, you know, worst case scenario. We got this. We got this. It's fine. I can't deny it. My voice is getting really dry, but we got this. I can't just stop now. Go!
This is madness, my brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible! That is utterly out of the question!
Lord Van Zyks.
Clint was pursuing the professor and consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never abandon his investigation before its conclusion, never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene! And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death.
That Genshin Asogi came to be in possession of that document.
So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Something so damning that it prompted the powers to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes. There can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No, it couldn't be.
Unicorn!
I've heard more than enough pursuing this notion of a phantom will. Nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose. No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zyks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. With no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue.
What's going on?
Reason why Lord Clint Van Zyks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. And the explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head.
What the fuck are you on about?
But it's just too hideous. Isn't that all? But
However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Mrs. Soto,
So hold your head high and keep soldiering on.
yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zyks left behind a will. My body is shutting down. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statements mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. What? I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zyks was in fact a report, an accusation, a confession.
I can't think. Hold on, let me think about this. A report. What did a report mean? That's so fucking broad. An accusation.
So, okay, my line of thinking right now is... If he chose death, why? What is bad? I feel like an accusation is too obvious. Because when we keep talking about this will, it screams that there was probably an accusation in the will. But then, with everything that's transpired, I get even more confused. Hold on. If he knew... Okay, hold on. Call this. If he knew he was going to die, an accusation wouldn't make sense. He would have just done it, but there would have been more of a reason for him to die. If he would have chosen death for it to make... I mean, I feel like I'm okay with losing points in this one, because... Like, what about that? I want to choose the right one so that, you know, it's, you know, the current pacing isn't interrupted by my silliness, but at the moment I just can't fucking think. What is something that is... I feel like it's confession. A confession is the most obscure. But then he said hideous. Unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Let's just do hideous. Information so secret. Shall we spin the wheel? It'd be funny if it lands on a report. I guess it would be funny if it was a report. Shall we spin the wheel? Let fate decide this one. I have enough points of HP to survive this. 3, 2,
This is so stupid. One! What? It actually landed on report. This is probably some kind of report. Some kind of. Well, remember that Lord Clint Van Zyx was a well-bred and vivacious man. Knowing the end was near, he probably wanted to die on the loose ends of all his outstanding business. It was what I was thinking of the kind of report. That's so funny. The way it landed on it anyways. Well, I know it's starting business. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Clint would have a full account written the instant there was even a hint of something to report. He must have worn out a lot of pens. Would never be penned in Scarlet and Council. Oh, I've got to consider the ink color. Apparently the defense's explanation has no real substance. Line of inquiry is dead. Come on, 𝐢𝐴, I know you. You've seen to the heart of all this, haven't you? I can't see, bro. I'm sorry. Oh my god, you have to say the whole fucking dialogue situation again. Guys. You know, they do it so they're like, okay, you fucked up this one. Come on, focus. Let's review everything again. Come on, think about it. This one is done when you realize what's on it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's not good. A confession to the murder? It sounds weird, but like a confession. If it was just a confession of some kind. But like, when I try and think about what kind of confession it could be, it confuses me more. One could argue it's all three. It is technically what it is, supposedly. Guess we'll see what it is once I actually get through this. That's why it's bad with wording. Yeah, this is so vague. But like, why do they throw this in? I feel like if they could have just done a 2 and then like proceeded, but like, I guess the point in here is to make you lose points of HP and possibly lose. Anyways, an accusation? I mean, like, if this is wrong, that means we get to see all the dialogue options. I got no against it. Poor 𝐢𝐴 is gonna get absolutely flamed, but like, LOL, bro. I'm so sorry. An accusation make like this? Okay, based on how like the only reason I think confession is because of how 𝐢𝐴 reacted. It would make more sense if it was like a confession. Because accusation doesn't make sense. If it was like an actual accusation, why would you die for an accusation? Why wouldn't accusation be... Well, I mean, okay, an accusation could be in the will. But like, in his circumstance, where he was willing to die, there's a lot more to it, and that just confuses me again. Okay, if confession is wrong, confession is wrong. Oh, the music stopped. That's a bad sign.
Can you do this, Miss Naruto?
Damn, I kind of wish I chose accusation. Sorry, emotion. I mean, if Susuto is talking to us, this is real, right? Emotion. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zyx actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Has he picked up on it as well? Are you thinking the same thing as me? Imagine. Enough.
Council, what are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the professor? That would mean... Lord 𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐺𝐼, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. It's the only explanation that fits. Killer that terrorized London a decade ago became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. Is in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint 𝐢𝐳𝐼 himself.
Oh. Yep, there you go. That's why the confession made the most sense.
Imagine. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Great 𝐢𝐳𝐼's family, they've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. Lord Clint 𝐢𝐳𝐼, who was a paragon of justice in the capital, what the fuck? Was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature? If the general public ever found out, law and order in the country would fucking read faster. Oh my god. Would be finished. My brother.
This is too awful. Poor Lord 𝐢𝐳𝐼.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruto?
Lord Baroque 𝐢𝐳𝐼 is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Unicorn.
Order in court, Lord 𝐢𝐳𝐼. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. My brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house. He always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
The jewel-studded collar?
That's right. But sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who
Broke into the house one night!
Fucking forgot about that collar. Oh my fucking god. The fact that it was jeweled, it so fucking screamed of aristocracy. Oh my god, I just completely forgot that it existed. That's so unfair. Oh, this game is so unfair.
some years ago. Now it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night.
Jewel-studded collar. Stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar, too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? Emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my! You know it!
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville?
Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. The pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zyke's widow. There was considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. As we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. It could equally have been from human prey. Is it true then? Clint Van Zyke really was the professor. Possible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own.
Why would we do it on your fucking soil?
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of the nobles and rolls was a noble himself, and that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. At the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and so now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done, that though his enormity remains, the diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well then, you may have the truth. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zyke was too pure of heart and became a prosecutor when in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint.
Oh.
19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Great Britain and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast in society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zyke made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genjin Asogi, turned up at my office one night.
Oh? Oh?
The professor?
Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
It'd be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the justiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate is a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put a Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So it turned out Asogi's plague, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zyke's mansion on his own. I can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zyke's perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did.
He made the late Lord Van Zyx make the same fate, put a permanent end to the professor's killings, by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Zoe must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. Was the only person who knew of the true identity of the young professor. So we resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
That's why he acted as he did. Oh, that makes so much more sense now. Because he has this air to him. His personality is very crafted. That he's very much a mastermind, but not the core of the problems. As like a, you know, a murderer. As like a serial killer.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes of my father. I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Rexon? Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Aha! Why? Your two voices in the same room right now? Oh my god.
Hey off your rockers! I can't do something like that! There's no question that it was the soul you murdered Lord Van Zyx. The staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. As well, I have no doubt it was that Japanese fella. I've got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. Worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short of time, Gregson was put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So I use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. Blimey. So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, it was him, was it? It was Gregson and some hired help. And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who faked its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Sogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just didn't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Sorgen. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi? What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it had escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. Understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. He did it for me? And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Ripper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mel Strongheart? Rather brilliant idea when you say, Lord 𝐢𝐴. The spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, returned to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What resin?
I need you to play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. You were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt would never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
I'm giving him Baroque's voice. I can't deny it. I'm losing it.
Imagine.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey have successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade.
Unicorn.
That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was all in aid of keeping London safe. Oh god, the music.
There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
That was Chris Mayer.
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord 𝐢𝐴. What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes. I can say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. Coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor's killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once. Not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstance, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That would do. Neither Clint Van Zyx nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth, however. Much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But...
There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The way we got ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Later today I'll present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That's all. Court is adjourned.
Wait, you can just do that? Hold it?
Objection!
Nice.
Oh my god! Whose voice is that? It sounds so familiar! It's Ryunosuke!
I'm sorry. Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
One simple? Oh, I wish it was that simple, but not to Ryunosuke. Motherfucker never shares with the class.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zyx and his recollection about his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
Merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. Where on earth is the contradiction?
I sit down.
Okay.
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Time to identify who. Lord Van Zyx, Lord Strongheart. Illusion of choice. Who knows the wrong answer here? Because I want to choose that one. What's the wrong answer here? I want to choose the wrong answer. To pursue the fucking illusion of choice. It has to do with this, isn't it? Well, that is the sentence where Strongheart said to not say anymore. Back at a high school exam, want to get 3 correct choices, but you need to choose the most correct one. Okay, I see now what it meant by the report, accusation, confession. I see it now. That is quite silly with the wording. I feel the desire to sneeze, but I don't think I'm gonna sneeze. I need to force myself to sneeze. It's better that way, but it's gone. It's gone. It's gone. If it would be damned. But if you made it play it enough, I feel like, well, in that moment I could have overthought it, but thankfully the confession was the only thing that would have like been the most outrageous to choose, so thankfully I was able to get through that part. This old English, don't even figure. Ah, true. This technically the English here would have
Well, not that it... yeah. Yeah. About fucking time you tell the truth. Confess, strong heart. Please, free me from this hell that is this fucking trial ever since he took... Ever since he fucking took the chair from the old judge. It's just been hell. Hell on earth. Kingdom Hearts ass dialogue. It kinda was. The whole recap bit, wasn't it? I'm right high, Nishiki! Nice to see you again. I hope you've been doing well. Heart bleeds for you've been at this for so long. If this beats my old record of how long I was in an Ace Attorney game, then so be it. But I've still got an hour to go before I break that record, so it's fine. I got this. Wait, what? Said some contradictory. Something that was contradictory. Is that it? That's the only contradictory thing that I can think about anyways. There's nothing here that really points to a contradiction to what we have as evidence. Right, okay, so if it is a strong heart, that means I should press Lord Van Zykes for the wrong option. If this just ends the game, that'd be crazy. Because this doesn't show a point of HP, so meaning this is the delusion of choice, no? Unless it like trees, unless it branches out. To be like, okay, what did he, what evidence to prove against what he just said? Okay, we'll see. Delusion of choice? It was Lord Van Zykes, I'm sure of it. Something about what he said was just a little jarring. When Renosuke, go over it again. Find it. Wait, is it actually him? The illusion of choice? Question mark? Wasn't the culprit. Was my conclusion at the time. Wait. The illusion of choice isn't real. No, I must pursue this. It is. That's my truth. Huh? You care to explain? What exactly am I supposed to make of those beautiful Nipponese eyes? When you were recounting the information about your brother and the third victim just now,
Something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent?
Wait, real? Like, actually real? Unless there's two pieces of evidence that the illusion of choice is like, okay, well, if you can figure out either one of the two, go for it.
Even though the inconsistency was from the words of the defendant's mouth, we have a duty here to pursue an explanation. What are you playing at? Go to see the defense's intention here, but clearly the court cannot ignore the new development. My evidence is inconsistent with the defendant's words.
Alright, this is gonna be fun. Okay, we'll save that there. Let's load the save file and then press on Strong Heart. And then if it does continue into the same thing, I'll do Van Zyke's first.
It was Lord Strongheart. Sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Renosuke. Look back over his words. Find the problem.
Oh my god, it is! Okay. So you can this is actually a choice. There is no illusion of choice here. If I were to believe that both do have an outcome that you can follow through with, that means they actually made it so that you have a choice to choose which statement that you picked up on that was had an inconsistency. In my Ace Attorney game?
Among the statements you just made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with the same piece of evidence we have.
Well, I mean, I can pick up that the 3-page thing doesn't make sense. That's his inconsistency, right?
About the statements you are making, Counsel, they may very well prove fatal. Some of words contain a contradiction with which piece of evidence, I ask you.
Okay, so... Okay. I want to think about Van Zyke's one first. There's something that he said that doesn't make sense. Does he actually have an answer? Like, can I actually figure this out? Because that's why I was against it. Like, I couldn't think of it. Okay, wait. Unless it is the illusion of choice, where this has happened in an Ace Attorney game before, where if you do choose the wrong answer, you have to follow through with like fucking up here before you can go back and reselect the statement. That has happened before. Okay. Do you know anything about the fucking guy? No. If he wanted to kill his third victim.
Eh?
Ow. Nah, sure. No. The illusion of choice is here. Surely. Unless there was something else that he said that didn't make sense. The only thing that I can particularly relate is literally just the photograph where we see Clint. This doesn't say anything, it's just a photo. No, there wouldn't be anything. The thing is, I won't know unless I present something wrong, huh? Does it loop back? Because if it looped back, then that means my assumption is correct. I need to make sure that I don't accidentally save over the original one. I can present anything, right? There should be no answer here, no? Killed his friend and mentor. Killed his friend and mentor. No, but this is just like a really heated, like, there's no way. I love that I'm wasting time like this. You know, I'll just present the photo. Not that, like, this is the only thing, it doesn't make sense to me, but it's the only thing that we have other than the, like, autopsy report that links to, that mentions him, but it doesn't say anything else, really. About, like, relations. Okay, guys, we'll see. Will it lead back, or am I stuck here till I die?
Take that!
Defend on myself naturally. But you share life squarely with you, council. The distinct impression that permitting you to advocate for me was the mistake of my life. Why are they so fucking brutal? They really said, well, you've got 5 points of HP, you better make it worth, or you're gonna feel the disappointment of, like, the entire courtroom. Show your face again at my door once this trial is over. Oh my god, you're so fucking ruthless. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. You know, okay, it makes sense because it's like a really tense situation. Like, I'd say, okay, fuck you, you're not that great of a friend anyways if you're acting like this during a very important, like, part of my life. Like, fucking hell, dude. Please. Oh no! Oh yeah, okay. There is the illusion of choice. Be damned. Fuck you guys. Fuck all of you. You know what? You know what? I'll take that. I'll save that as the L. Wait, I should probably save that as the. You know what's too late. It is the illusion of choice. It is the illusion of choice. Like, I'll have to search this up to confirm it, but like, I can't do that right now. Sorry, my hands are quite tied up. I don't know if I misclicked and went into Bad Dykes again. Okay, don't... over this way. Oh, fall through with the silliness. It should be his 3-page thing, though, because what are you talking about? What 3-page thing? The only 3-page thing that I can think of at the top of my head. I was gonna say, yeah, the autopsy report. I don't really have anything else that's 3 pages, do I? Not this autopsy report, the other autopsy report. Oh, and the dismissal notice. Same thing. Slip of the tongue, if you would. If this isn't right, then I'd be damned. Like, what are you on about?
Take that!
This here is the world left behind, Mr. Sorgi.
Sorry, I went around. Sorry to delay, everyone. I was just kind of fucking about, and I think I felt the wrath and disappointment of two very important people in this courtroom today.
Van Dykes, Kazuma, I'll make it up to you after the trial, I promise. The 2-paged will. What? Good moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. Trifle? Governor Kaiden? Yeah, what can I do for you, sir? You're present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black, like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? The first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I remember correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And wouldn't I have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? It's also decided that the 3rd page
Objection!
ought to be sent. What? Do you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. Courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. Oh, my body's breaking down. As it happens, the 3rd page of the document with me here now. What? My father's message. We're given to you at the end of these proceedings. Too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. And the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. Oh, buddy.
My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Yosogi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Request is denied. The inevitable modeling words can be of no consequence
Objection.
now. Prosecution agrees. Court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Unicorn. Very well then, Governor Kaiden. We'll read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Only I should pour out, my lord.
But how can I actually read Werem language? Beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Yeah, I was gonna say, the only person that, like, is Japanese and close to you. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the course. Father? You're still here, are you, Dr. McNamara? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. It's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem? Twist thy head? Father? What is Karama? The name of the Osogi clan's famous sword, razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel. I fucking thought we'd need to use a sword again. I just wouldn't myself otherwise. It was just way too important. What do you mean, twist thy head? Oh, no. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Wow, updated fucking evidence? Oh my god. Sorting papers updated. It seems there was a 3rd page to it. Unicorn. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zyx tragically lost all sense of morality. When he muttered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
You shut the fuck up! How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother! Too much time has passed, we cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Strongheart? You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital scene. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it you're hiding? Dr. McNamara? Were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will?
No, I'm being petty now, sir.
Unicorn. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
Don't slap your face.
In which case, I hereby order discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it.
This is my last chance.
Isn't that all? I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. Can I?
The illusion of choice? Is she back? Is she back to Rumi? My beloved? Already? So soon? Yeah, let's end it here, brother. But at times like this, I've always found myself thinking it's best to wait and see what happens.
I can't help feeling that perhaps you've missed countless opportunities as a result.
How? How could you possibly know my life has been one long list of missed opportunities?
But you have a new opportunity here, Mr. Naruto, for change of direction. But you must be quick before Lord Strongheart's improvised gavel hits the bench.
Unicorn, that's all. God is it.
I love you, illusion of choice. You've always been my baby girl.
Not yet, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Whatever evidence you think you have, I'm quite sure it's deserving of this.
So funny. So funny. How could she fuck up at this critical moment? I'm gonna take a point of HP, you stupid fucking idiot. Oh, so funny.
There's quite simply nothing else of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
By the time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit. Producing evidence at the final hour that has escaped everyone's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
More like, what do you have? Sorry.
I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive?
I'm at my fucking I'm at 1 HP. 2 of it being on purpose. Was it 3? This stream's been way too long, I don't know.
Would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Your gavel. I mean, unicorn.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have. I can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable.
Look.
What exactly is this evidence? The defense claims to be so decisive. You know what's especially funny about this? This is usually the moment in Ace Attorney where they're like, okay, well, this is really important, so let's take 3 points of your HP, because if you do a double whammy fucky wucky, you deserve it. Like, the stakes are high on this one, but we don't feel it here because we never had HP in the first place. So in a way, this is me. This is everything. I'm betting everything here. It's the sword, right? Like, I'm not being stupid, right? It's the sword. Like, the fucking haiku is about the sword. The sword has the evidence. Twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy more— Twist thy head? Yeah, twist its head. That's what dive it. Watch them fall. Twist— oh no, twist that. Never mind, I've started overthinking. Wouldn't— okay, if it's wrong, it's wrong.
Take that!
It is wrong.
No, use the sword, please. No, trust me. Trust me. Trust me. What do you mean? What do you mean? How could you not present karma in this moment? Be like, use.
We're going to scream. Twist thy head. Wait, unless I was right and I didn't pull through. I should have clicked through it and lost the point at least. I should have done that, shouldn't I? No, don't do that. Twist thy head.
I'm already going insane, please.
Shroud in darkness. The darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karama, twist thy head and forge. I feel like
oh, it did update to twist it. Oh, I thought that would— you could—
you know what? I don't give a fuck anymore.
Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, or thy mortal foes. It's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe we should try it.
I thought that the sword would update, and if it updates, the game would be like, okay, now you can examine it. But no, it's only after getting the 𝐢𝐧𝐼 papers specifically updated does it also update the sword alongside it.
It's my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruto, if I might make a suggestion, perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, let's study the history and development of the katana some time ago, as I'm sure you're probably aware. Okay, here's the other thing. I thought that if you present
Karama, it'll be like, okay, what about the sword? That, you know, like the, you know how if you present evidence, you do examine and then present it. I thought it would do that. I should have thoroughly examined the evidence. So if anything, that was very dumb of me. My 2 reasons make sense though, right? Like, I know I'm going crazy, but like, that isn't crazy for me to say, right?
I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira? So Mr. Sogi's word really meant twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Oh my god, it's a will. I mean, oh my god, what is that?
Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly round sheet of parchment?
Oh god.
Scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Excuse me.
Isn't that Odo? Look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zyke's. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
10 years. It's been sadly concealed inside Karama and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Van Zyke's.
Wait, I kind of get what she meant by the mochi bun thing now. Oh my god.
Wait. My goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable.
Our first new ever evidence.
Clint Van Zyke's will, the last will and testament of Clint Van Zyke's. Sorry, I'm so used to reading like that. Clint Van Zyke's, that has been hidden inside the great sword Karama for years. Trump card left behind by Genshin Asogi.
Watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Gunma's father certainly had a way with words.
He certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place too. It seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if all the years, perhaps, the duties of the Sogi clan have actually called for such inventiveness.
Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sort of duties? I could believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like someone with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders. Shoulders. Sorry, the achievement scared me.
You get an achievement for that. That's so cool. Huh? But I did what you said, GW. So thank you for that. I'm surprised they don't remove the check mark. But I guess that's kind of the reason for the achievement, huh? It's hidden. They don't suspect you to check again. Because I really wouldn't have. How about until then for your next game? I'm not familiar with that. I'll be honest, I do have an idea of what my next game is, but I'm happy to take more like recommendations. Because after that, if there still isn't a sale and I haven't been able to pick up the other games, then I might try for other games instead. What twist? This is the only choice that matters. No, not real, I didn't. I'm happy to figure out that how the Ace Attorney thing worked. The whole fucking, well, if you fucked up here, you're gonna have to commit to fucking up here. Because that has happened before in Ace Attorney. Can I say it's a specific number of something ever? 90% of time it results in a contradiction, right? Always! If they say something way too specific all of a sudden that we never fucking needed to talk about, then yeah. This is why I find all the wording ones very, like, tricky. Like, any of the ones that you get stuck on, and it's, like, just one piece of wording. Like, earlier, with the fucking, the body thing, the curled up thing here. It's just something that you overlook more than anything, but it's like, it doesn't tie it together, so the wording is like, I don't know, it throws me off. I still get irritated thinking about it. But yes, that is correct. I love Ace Attorney. But it's fun for me because I overthink. So even if you do say something specific, I'm gonna look at it and be like, okay, but that's probably normal.
Another 8-hour stream. Yeah.
I'm going for a new record. Hopefully. No, not hopefully. Was my last not my last one, but like that one Ace Attorney stream where I nearly, is it either nearly hit 9 hours or I did hit 9 hours? That's the record we're trying to break right now. Nice try, guys. I can't believe I actually took a point of my HP. I mean, it's kind of deserving, so, you know. Yakuza Kiwami too. I do. I only just remembered early in the stream that when Yakuza was mentioned, I was like, oh, I should probably try and pick up Yakuza. But I might have to do it next year during the Lunar New Year sale, or like whatever the next seasonal sale is. Probably not this year. But I got reminded that I need to do that. Don't worry. A Yakuza game will come again on the channel. Probably not soon though. My brain wants me to sleep or will give me a headache. Yeah, go sleep! You stayed up very long, Leon. Go rest up, okay? Thanks for staying up. Rest well. Take care. But anyone else here that's also forcing them to stay up because I'm way past my prime. But anyone else, make sure you put yourself first, okay? Like, don't worry about me, alright? Go EP, okay? Don't worry. A good job trying to get through this far. I may be delaying it right now, but just rambling, but you know. Can we not read this? Oh yeah, you can't examine it. So the game wants you to... You'll read it through the thing. Oh, let me save at least. Now that we've updated the sword.
Take that!
Yeah, hopefully... The only thing with Yakuza is that it's just a very long-winded stream. Also, actually,
the other big one is that I don't have a controller. So there's a lot of controller games that I want to play at the moment, but I can't play them. So the next game that I need to play is a non-controller game until I can buy myself a controller. Which I really should have done today, which I was tempting myself, but I'm holding back. I'm holding back. But yeah, that is also the other thing. That's a big major reason. But the other reasons is that the pacing for the game is required for a very specific time. Because how I play my JRPGs is that I try and space them out, and with how I've played Chronicles, my brain is going to be fried after this one. Anyways, I'm sorry. Imagine. There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago.
the last will, testament of Lord Clint Van Zyks.
Wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was.
Only.
I have it right here, discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
His face!
Focus.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
What?
It was rolled up inside this.
Where did you get that from my waist?
Inside Karama. The ultimate weapon Genshinosuke obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
Yeah, go on.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out, do you hear me? I strictly forbid it!
Objection!
Nuh-uh.
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. This document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once! Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Go on. Good as a jet with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Woo! Do that, my lord. But you'll suffer fatal blows, Lord Chief Justice. Beg your pardon? Possibly ending a trial without good reason? And not any trial, a closed one. Closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason!
Well, Clint Van Zyks really did pen a will that day, exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty!
Well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings are going to go as quite as you'd hope.
You have the audacity to smile, that's so... Oh, Mikroba, this is your father.
You fools! Go ahead, Renosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake!
Sorry, I can't yell right now.
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zyks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zyks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent. Law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a few demons could rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, one whom I willingly set my great hound. Though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I become subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to light, be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, my old strong heart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zyks was a murderer. Somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mayor Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zyke, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tenement to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor. The name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
You're going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Kinshida Sogi. Well, it was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. And who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? I had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Sogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Zogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. I intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Trevor. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. That grave on that particular night. Plus, if people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal rocked the very foundations of the Empire. And what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku, shoot Sogi at once! Can't live now. Oh, this has happened, he has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement! Promised me you could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, to do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jigoku shot Sogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood splattered over his coat, but as fast as his legs would carry him. And Jigoku and I put Sogi's body back in the grave from which he had just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Sogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. It was Jikoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed 𝐢𝐧𝐼 in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jikoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard.
By that time, Jikoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to a lighted murder to compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
Dare you sleep that night? How dare you, do you? Same thing.
These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
I couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! Saved Clint Van Zyke from dishonor in his death.
Objection.
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defender up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! You have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittal of those wretched criminals?
I guess unicorn? I don't know if that counts. It was more so the gavel situation. Like, if I'm pretty sure wait, he hit the back of the cane. Yeah. Yeah, like, that's fine. Yeah, give the unicorn a concussion, but, like, don't, like, destroy his face.
I'm sorry. We have to fight fire with fire! Courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle!
Objection.
You've done nothing. It's all of Van Zyke's who worked tirelessly and justly in court whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having sullied his name. Sorry, my stomach is getting a hold of my brain. For having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin 𝐢𝐧𝐼, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for the Queen and country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and cause others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again.
Well, dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. Well deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance.
What are you talking about?
There's delightful, grave expressions that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends with the bodies are quite the picture of industrialist.
You fought. Keep your mockery.
Please don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the dark recesses of London's underworld, and, how do you put it, done nothing. Confess it's a little embarrassing to have pointed it out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing, no?
What?
It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. Merely been surrounded by fools. We've acted very rashly indeed.
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses.
And what? Threatened him? And are you sure it wasn't just bargaining?
Why do you keep going? Unicorn.
I'd like to address all the good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these dark recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. The evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
The general public of Britain knew the truth. All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, would be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then: a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves.
Why must you keep going?
We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minute of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. By fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Strongheart.
You guys are... Oh my god, I'm appalled.
Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary?
Is that the first time I've ever seen you sipped? No, he has sipped it before.
For a rousing response, friend. I express my heartfelt gratitude. I have fought in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court that records shall be erased.
Can this little guy come into play yet?
Oh my god, my stomach. To the overwhelming wishes of the court shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
Conclusively proven his guilt. Still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Inosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. Almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Raise an objection, use evidence, wait and see.
Wow, this one's rough, I'll be honest. Is it evidence? Can't really raise an objection. I can't. I want to see. Wait and see. Who yells at me? Who disappoints me? No! Stop! It's the doll.
We're in quite a predicament at the moment, and there's no other option, and we haven't used this yet. If I'm wrong, I'll be disappointed it's not here. Just slap your face. Okay. I was about to cuss the poor boy out. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Naruto, what evidence is there to use at the stage in the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. This music is killer, bruh.
Sholmes, my knight in shining armor, please save me, because if it isn't this, I'll be very sad. Oh, my... Yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
Expressed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. No doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, should you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave.
Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, my dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes.
Looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto, because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruto, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes.
I was expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again. Lord Strongheart.
Unicorn.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff says him, put that man in irons. This is a close court. You've been warned once already, man.
What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. Look at him. Look at him.
Just go right there. Afraid your efforts are wasted, you see? The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruto, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company, I'm amused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description!
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
So incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest.
What do you mean to say? You're not actually here, Mr. Sholmes. No, my trusted partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Oh my god, we'll at once get out, I swear to you. Yeah, me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace! What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Otho? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruto? He built like me for real. Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there?
Ah, well, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. I was just gonna say with the Queen.
Her Majesty? Not just Her Majesty.
Oh, sorry, I thought that was... Not just Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What?
stomach. Oh my god, hang on.
What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty, the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto. Unicorn.
Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be. I mean, no, this is a sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Unforgivable, distasteful trickery? What an apt description. Closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematography. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred, but the reverse is also true. But you don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objections, after all. Every trial in this country is conducted on the airspace. Also... Oh... Under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. My god, I'm at... Oh, no, you got this. You... I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, it was merely...
Suddenly an Irish voice jump scare. I need to drink for this one.
I'm so glad I didn't delay this tomorrow because there was no way I would have been able to finish in time.
After all the deep voices, all of a sudden I must... Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Oh, then if everyone is sitting comfortably. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Yeah, to everyone that was like strong heart in the gallery, shame on you. All of you, shame on you. Male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Ooh. Adjourned! 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 Court is a... I can't scream that loud. Unicorn! Lord Clint Van Zyks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Solby's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damned document. Searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
I knew to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that it facilitated Asogi's escape would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. Never even crossed my mind. It was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now? That my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zyks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There is more to his last will and testament.
What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, a bit of regret for my younger brother. Rock, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Sorgi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zyks.
Clint. Hail, strong heart. You concluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I would like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people he had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... you very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings, now? But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were.
He's back! Oh, I've never been happier to see your beard.
May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final education to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today.
Oh! The gavel! The sweet, sweet fucking pound of that gavel. Oh my god, that absolute... There was like a release in my brain that just like sent.
The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. The Defense Council, Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. First time I faced you in court just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations that if the British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to no change. This might just be the man to do it.
What? You thought highly of me when we first met? Should have said something.
At the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility, of course. But overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Miss Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Lord Van Sykes!
When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sorgi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Sykes, who never failed to challenge his Japanese rival. And, not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Just, oh my god. Save me the best for last, Miss Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is, the guiding light always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. As soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold, and from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. You fuck.
We'll do this one quickly. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 3. Sorry. 3, 2, 1.
So that we continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Oh, must excuse myself now. Before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
There's probably an epilogue, isn't there? I'm sorry, my stomach is at its fucking wit's end. Just 8 hours of like barely snacking or anything is like taking a toll.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. Quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Sykes. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zyks.
Everyone clap. Oh my god. That is all. God is a chant. Oh my god.
Only 4:21? I just heard the birds chirp, I'm sorry. 4:21? Change the P to... Actually, no, actually. Never mind. It's not 4 anymore, it's 5. It's 5 AM. Okay.
4th of November, 4:21 PM, Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber.
It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much?
Naruto? I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you.
Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mrs. Sato.
Your kind words mean so much to me.
Really, it was a very splendid show, that, Miss Naruto. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course, I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zyke's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Mr. Sutter, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruto? Yes? Well, but almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. We have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I expressed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. I'm sorry. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark foes of crime. Foes? Forces of crime. You may find worth establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you.
Magnanimous words. Quite sure that Kazuma Sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here.
My, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zyks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me, you failed to bring down the repo. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, Suppose you fought for justice and the truth, but that at least I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Hmm? Kazuma-sama.
Must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zyx wrote before his duel with my father.
Sorry, I can't recite this anymore, I might die.
And the second of his final wishes have been. Will your father agree to honor, you mean? Perhaps. Might be able to shed some light on that.
What? Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. Went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Oh my god, it keeps going. Aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you only agreed to it, Sessho and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugene, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret and telling no one. We should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. And she's with child. The birth is imminent. Medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? It'd be daft. The favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. His dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. And if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. The only person I know that I could truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seichiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugene. Right, I see. Very well, then.
This isn't Iris, is it?
The very night I caught a train from Pennington to Dartmoor in Devon. Found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, her efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to imagine. To remember, sorry. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. was precious little in it. An old travel trunk caught my eye. It clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of that everything dropped into place. For Baskerville.
Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Sykes?
That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he had even had a daughter.
Suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Oh, your brother said he'd confess everything to his wife, but she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl will be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
The only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Sykes family as much as possible. I don't believe it. Imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Sykes made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honor my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes has a heart of gold. Really, all that can be said that I did for that child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikdaba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba.
Oh! That's right. Ayame. Or, in English, Iris. Iris.
I had no idea. Ouch! Listen, Naruto. What's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket.
Hard. Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you.
See what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before. Well, you're simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I was a boss myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief injustice would require such measures.
Very nice, Susie.
Iris.
I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
I'm sure she did.
After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And, Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't. Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No? Really? Oh, pooh.
What? I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
How lovely. You promise now? I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Oh my god, I'm gonna... Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zyks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruto, allow me to once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zyks! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zyks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see.
I'd be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? Beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle's just beginning, surely. Well, certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. Waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Minosuke Naruto.
Oh, my yearning.
Kazuma Asogi.
Seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruto. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
Oh, we must.
Please. Please narrate by yourself. Voice actor, where are you?
God damn it.
It was then I came to an important decision about my future.
What if I just collapsed now, bro? Oh my god. Hold on.
Wait, that was the last thing I saved on. 6:25 p.m. Chom, sweet. I'm home.
About time you got here. I've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that crumpled piece of history?
Let me show you.
Has a party in it. He's gotta go off with a bang. I need fireworks, ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, because what? Ah, the world famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you get hazard a guess? What do you suppose? The fiendish runaway had concealed himself. Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin.
I would believe it, yes.
I say, Mikaba, detect not a hint of surprise.
Wonder why that is, huh? Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes.
What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikaba. I'm finally back from the Bailey.
Another moment too soon. Feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Thor awaits. Must say, I haven't seen Sister Thor looking so happy in a very long time.
Bruno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Tired of filming boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina?
Yup.
Losing me Cobblers Cobbler and going back to what I know best, the diver's life for me. You're really leaving the place for us? But why, Ginny?
Well, my boss ain't around no more, so...
Oh. Anyway, no matter how hard I try, the Reaper ain't gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know?
Oh yes, that reminds me. Rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
It's the inspector's pocket watch. Crown has been reattached.
The watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievement at Scotland Yard. 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right.
Oh, fucking...
I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, it was my boss. Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was. Oh yeah? I made you a promise and hold an eye, Iris. I become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming.
Oh, I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to... Well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny.
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. So many people. Really? Bruno? Where's the Mickey?
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really. You owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Harry?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Mikazba. Yes, Sholmes. I think that ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. During that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you, the old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, things calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, my food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Harley?
Are you sure? A week is long enough, Iris.
Stop laughing.
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family.
My god. 9:37 p.m. the day! This is a long ass fucking day, bro.
Not all it was legal consultancy. I'm stronger than this! This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. Certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. That all though?
Oh, it's okay. I was gonna say she usually says Mr. Naruto. Who's she says you Professor?
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yeah, Susato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. I think about an important matter she needed to take care of. I see. I want to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. The subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zyks. Made up my mind many years ago never to tell who her real father was. So it was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zyks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Pulling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zyks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Yes, exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared he and Susato might arrive at the truth. The event of that story about having a collapse to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. For an aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood. That's why Susato came across the manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. I was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I had read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter, and I decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript I posed to Sholmes for safekeeping. See, you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right. Mrs. Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I say my opinion has somewhat shifted. What? I think at some point in the future, that time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I want to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. Quite be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. Spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Oh my god, she's so scary.
Susato-san. I just want to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... how much did you hear? Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think? In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind? You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer? Yes. I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. No, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san? Yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me. After all, I was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time.
You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Sato-san. Thank you.
Fuck!
7th November, 5:42 a.m. Port of Dover, Bayside. I believe this day has finally come.
You're really leaving then, Reno?
I'm afraid, Sir Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course, I promise. It was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Right, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long...
Zeke!
I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could.
Well, this has got me fucked. Oh my god.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't
Just love how by extension
In that
Iris
case,
would
let us
come.
conclude that this
So
is to be
cute.
merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Can you take another photo?
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh my god. Usually I read this bit. Apparently for the Great Ace Attorney I get way too fucked up to be able to do it though. I actually, wait, I told myself that I'd read through the Adventures one. I never actually did that. I'll do that for Resolve as well. I just won't look at it. I'm in pain. So much pain. Oh my god, my body is like collapsing. Take the longest nap when this is over. You bet your fucking ass I will. Holy shit. If I find something to eat afterwards, I shall, yes. I worry not. Voice is so different from the starting stream. Yeah, that is the case when you do stream for like 10 fucking hours straight. Oh my god, I broke my record. I did it. I did it. I got through it. Oh my god. It was 8:55, so it was 9. Okay, I've gone a full extra hour. If I stop right now, it'll be exactly an hour. With the new record of the Ace Attorney stream that I took way too long. It's technically my first 10-hour stream. What was my? It was the one stream that I streamed for way too long. Yeah, 9 hours exact. Never mind. This is technically my longest stream posted on the channel, anyways. Wait, no, 9:40. Oh my god, I completely forgot about the. I did this with Fei Xiao. I'm sorry. Never mind. Big fat liar. I completely forgot. I nearly hit 10 hours on the Fei Xiao stream. Okay, well, that was the Great Ace Attorney. I don't have a lot to say at the moment, so anyone that wants to talk about it, please wait tomorrow because I'll be streaming then. You'll hear my more in-depth words on it. Are you dying? Are you alright? I'm sorry I made some questionable noises during that cutscene. I'm fine, don't worry. I have some visceral reactions when it comes to Kazuma's and Ryunosuke's interactions, I guess you could say. Also, her and Susato's and Ryunosuke's reaction. I can understand why there's such a trio together. Like, they're so cute.
Oh my god. Gregson! Is there any extra? Usually there's an extra. Let's have to sit through this. Wait, the last stream that I did for Adventures was fucking 9 hours and 30 minutes as well. Like, I was really pushing it then. Jesus Christ. It's nearly— oh my god, it's fucking morning right now. Oh my god, it's fine, don't worry. A schedule that I am quite familiar with, which I shouldn't be, but don't worry, it's not my first rodeo. I think to get through this one, roll and press. I'm glad— oh! Good to see those two interact a bit more. Guess I'll read that one later. Yes, to everyone that has joined the stream today and also sat through it, especially the latter, for those that have chosen to watch through the entirety of this very, very begrudgingly long stream. First off, why? Like, I know I played the game, but like, just sit through it. I should be saying that. Thank you. First and foremost, thank you for sitting through it. I'm very happy I was able to experience through the great 𝐢𝐧𝐟𝐨 Chronicles with everyone, especially so since I have mentioned, for some of you that don't know, that I have wanted to play this game 2 years ago. 2 years ago, when I first ever bought the game, I didn't touch it for the longest time out of procrastination and fear of entering an 𝐢𝐧𝐼R𝐴 game, because I'm horrible at puzzles. And the other thing is that I don't know if I wanted to play through all 𝐢𝐳𝐼R𝐴 games, which through these two years I'm very glad that I committed myself to it. And I reached, not that long ago, me like panicking, like, oh my god, I'm finally starting Chronicles. It was so daunting. And here I am now. I've done it. It's not just 2 years ago when I first bought the game. It's like over a decade ago when I first, like, a decade ago ish, so that I've ever heard of the game's title. Slightly, nearly a decade maybe. And that's crazy to think about, isn't it? I can't believe it. I still do have the replay of Miles Edgeworth's Investigations 2 now that it's officially released, so I will do that in the future. And I also have not touched at all the Professor Layton crossover, so I'll need to do that one. But very, very much so after completing the Chronicles, there will be a massive break before I probably find myself touching into an 𝐢𝐳𝐼R𝐴 game again. But worry not, 𝐢𝐳𝐼R𝐴 has been like an addictive pill for me for the past 2 years, so I'll definitely find myself going back to it just because I have a yearning for it. So it's not impossible. Like, I'll play it again in the future, but I guess for now I need to distance myself. Oh my god, I completed the Chronicles. What the fuck? What? And see Cosmo, I was so tempted to read his text there, but I shouldn't. If I've already avoided and not read it through any of the texts, the end credit texts and the adventures, and I've already skipped Resolved, I should do that. I'll hold back.
It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once you arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. So delighted to be accompanying you. After all, talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers, a great ace attorney, some might say.
Oh, they do have a photo. Oh, the eyes colored.
Giggling, kicking my feet.
Oh, okay, yeah, the extra credits here. Okay, usually... Okay. Can you only pause it? Can I not skip it? I'm sorry, but I may need to- Wait, never mind. You want to skip it? Never mind. Okay, I don't want to skip this bit, but like, I'm actually at my fucking limit, so I really need to. Can I watch- can I watch this again later? Can I do this like tomorrow? Because there's music playing, it'd be nice to have this in the background anyway. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Urotaro, I'll see you again soon. Got me fucked up for real though. Where's that menu music? There you go. I'll be honest, I'm not too sure what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. Like, I know that I want to go through the special contents, but like, to map out what exactly I'm doing, I literally could tell you guys, so please just tune in for tomorrow's stream. We'll figure out the details and everything then, right? Now miyuu go EP. This bunny gotta go into a fucking hibernation. Go a second round of fucking winter hibernation over here. But yes. I enjoyed seeing your various reactions to Kazuma, thank you. I enjoyed this very thoroughly. Yeah, I can see why I chose not to start this, because this is without a doubt a very top contender for to my favorite Ace Attorney game. Jesus Christ. But yes, we'll leave all the discussions for tomorrow. I will conclude today's stream. Thank you once again to everyone that has dropped by the stream today. I know a few people had to come and go, which is completely fine. I'm very happy to be able to see people drop in. A big thank you to those that stayed and watched. Please make sure you guys also take care of yourselves. Like I may be like crumbling over here, but to everyone else, make sure that you also take care of yourselves, because it has been a very, very long day. Very, very long stream. But that is all for me today. Remember everyone to go get your hydration. Go eat if you haven't already. Make sure to take care of yourselves during this busy season. For everyone else, if you have stayed up through the stream tonight, holy shit, go sleep. It's like 6 AM for me, so I can't fathom what time it is for everyone else around the world. Because even if you're on the other side, it should be like either like at best afternoon or like evening. Like, oh my god, guys. So make sure you guys go get your rest as well, not just me, for everyone else around the world. And for those that are continuing with the day, have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you guys in the next stream. Good night. Bye-bye. Me signing out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm crumbling, bro. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.